most of the downtown of Louisville. It's all on the Kentucky side of the river. I'm surprised they don't expand it further north because the prevailing winds are kind of out of the southwest, so it's blowing north into southern Indiana. And so there's likely people on the other side of the river that'll be impacted by this as well, especially with this inversion setting up. And I thought it was a really good point you made, Tim, because that one of the first images we saw of that black plume, it was a perfect inversion. The cloud was going up, but then it just kind of flattened out, showing that there's a warm layer aloft which is going to trap all this near the ground. And we heard from some of the people in the area of actually ash or something falling from the sky. I'm looking at one of the other feeds here, it looks like from our sister station. They have already got masks on, so they clearly are worried about whatever's in the air. But look at the length of that fire and debris. I mean, it is just...
I want to rewind that again so viewers can see it in full, but you can see this is at the momentum, right? That aircraft was taking off with speed as it dragged across that industrial area. Yeah,
so there's clearly tires and cars. That's one of the problems with industrial areas. When there's a fire, there's all kinds of fuel for fires in this area. And you're looking at, it looks like tanks of some kind. Those are like tractor trailer tanks. And again, there's recycling. I'm looking at the map. There's 3 recycling places there. There's 3 auto parts repair areas. So you've got all the things that you could imagine in a garage, a repair shop, all the fuel, the oils, the tires. Those things are all now burning, and I think that's why they're having such a difficult time trying to extinguish this. We have not heard officially of any injuries or deaths on the ground.
I can actually just say that WHAS is reporting that there are injuries confirmed with regards to this aircraft crash. We also know that UPS had 3 crew members on board. Whether they're counting those as the injured or they're counting people on the ground, that's a question we don't have the answer to yet, but we do know that there are injuries reported as associated with this plane crash.
Yeah, you would imagine that there's a lot of chaos going on right now on the ground because there's just fire spread out over such a big area. Multiple buildings are in flames right now. There's hazardous chemicals and waste there. They are pouring water and foam. We saw from one of the shots, I was curious if they were putting foam in there. That tells you that you've got highly flammable liquids that are not going to go out with just water. And at times when I was seeing the water plumes, you would see a flare-up of fire, which looks like whatever it's mixing is not doing well with just water. So these chemicals that are definitely burning there, and thus you have the 5-mile shelter-in-place radius all the way into downtown Louisville. Stick around. We're going to go to a break. Coming back, we'll have more on the breaking news coming out of Louisville, Kentucky.
Well, good evening. Taking over for Brad now as we start our extended coverage of our election night special. Yes, we will obviously update you about the situation in Louisville when we see any updates from authorities. But we're going to get our coverage rolling here. We have Julie Kay, who is in our Impact studio right now. Julie, a lot of races, and in fact, the poll's just about to close in North Carolina. And obviously, the big discussion. Two things, although there are other things on the ballot, right? The mayor's race, but the other thing that we've been discussing a lot over the last couple of years is this 1 cent sales tax. You know, for years, at a moment, Raleigh had to get this on the ballot, pass it there to make sure it was then now on the ballot for voters here in Mecklenburg County, which this is where we're at tonight. So let's talk a little bit about this. And it really is a toss-up. I've heard you kind of talk a lot to people about what they thought in terms of, is this going to pass? Is it not going to pass? So we'll just start with the big developments that you've heard of tonight.
Well, I think what's really interesting to kind of set the scene for this election is there are other interesting races. Of course, the mayoral race is always interesting because it's the big one. District 6 could go Democratic, which would be really interesting. So we've got some races, of course, at-large candidates. Maybe Edwin Peacock will be, again, a Republican elected and at-large, which hasn't happened since he did the last time many years ago. So definitely some things we want to watch. But the sales tax touches almost every single other race. How each council member, the mayor candidates feel about the sales tax, feel about crime on public transit, is one of the biggest deciders in my experience talking to voters and talking to even officials and how they kind of form their campaign. That has been one of the biggest pieces, if not the biggest piece of the last few months. And there's been so much change over that. Of course, the biggest turning point being the murder of Irina Zarudska and the conversation surrounding how do we fix crime on the light rail. Is this sales tax for transit projects going to help that? Or do I want to fund more transit projects if this is how it's going right now? So that's really the big question a lot of these voters are dealing with. Well, we were out there today earlier talking to some. That is one of the big things that was mentioned, that kind of back and forth. Also just, is this the right time? We're in a government shutdown. People's memories when we're talking about the polls are very immediate. So people aren't thinking about how did I feel about the sales tax 2 months ago. They're thinking about it right now when we're in a government shutdown. Some people aren't getting paid. Flights are getting canceled sometimes. Inflation was already a problem. Food bank lines are out the door. They are thinking right now, I don't want to pay more. A lot of them. But at the same time, there are people that say, I want to take public transit. I want my buses to be more accessible. I want there to be more routes. At the same time, that would save money for me down the line. So these are the things that people are talking about. And I think that everyone I've talked to has had such a nuanced view of how they think about it that's why we saw such record early voting turnout in an off-year election like this. Of course, we see bigger turnout in presidential, Senate races, not for municipal like this one, but this was a record year for Charlotte Mecklenburg early voting, and I think that is a big reason why. So I don't know what's going to pass or not, but I will be here refreshing the page for the next 4 hours or so. So hopefully we'll find out soon.
Well, that gives us a good preview and a good starting point. So I appreciate that. And obviously a number of other things. The mayor's race, Uncumbered by Lyles, obviously up against other challengers from the Republican and Libertarian side as well.
Yeah.
And then District 6 seat, of course, people watching that with the mayor of the wife of Tark Bukhari, who is running for the District 6 seat. So could be some new faces on the city council as well. So we'll just see. We'll obviously be here throughout the night for you here on WCNC Plus and at 11 on WCNC. Julie, I'll let you go. I know you got to tabulate and watch some of these votes roll in. So appreciate your time. We're going to keep things. Sorry.
I'll be here lurking. Don't worry. I'll be here the whole time.
We need your help, so I appreciate that. All right, guys, we're going to move on. I wanted to tell you at the beginning of this, we're going to take you across the nation tonight. We're going to start locally, though, and regionally, as that's our priority. And actually, we're going to start right now with Alexandria Bell from ABC 10 out in California. Miss Bell, it's great to have you here. About a month and a half ago, we actually took a couple of press conferences from Governor, Gavin Newsom at that time, talking about this day that we are now at about Prop 50. So let's talk about Proposition 50. North Carolina itself just actually passed those redrawing congressional maps here in the state, and it sounds like you guys are putting it on the ballot to see where this goes for you. Talk a little bit more about Prop 50.
Yeah, Prop 50, a big topic of conversation across the nation. But really, it's a special ballot measure here in California that is asking voters to approve newly redrawn congressional district maps ahead of that 10-year redistricting cycle. Now, this really all started a couple months ago, as you mentioned, when Texas Republicans actually redrew their own congressional district maps in an effort to get more seats in Congress. So Proposition 50 really is California Democrats' response to that effort to protect their party's choices.
That gives us a great overview, Alexandria. Thank you so much. California voters, they're deciding on this proposition, while other states are kind of doing this in other ways, like we did in North Carolina, of course. Talk a little bit about this entire process. This seems to be different, like I said, from other states. Here in North Carolina, we saw, the legislature do this themselves. They didn't leave it up to the voters. But you guys, it seems like, Governor Newsom doing it differently there in California. Can you explain that process?
Yeah, this is a question that we get a lot here in California because things do work a little bit differently. So unlike Texas, where their state legislature has the control to redraw their congressional maps, here in California, we have something called the Independent Redistricting Commission. And this commission was voted on by voters. It's meant to be independent, as it sounds in its name. So the California state legislature cannot just redraw the maps. They actually need that voter approval, hence Prop 50 being on the ballot. So if there is a yes vote on Prop 50 and this passes, essentially what it would do is for the next 3 election cycles from 2026, 2028, and then 2030, these newly redrawn maps would be used. However, when 2030 hits, that map would expire and that independent redistricting commission would come back into effect, just as our usual process has been over the last couple of years.
All right, well, let's talk about some of the districts, the key ones that maybe you guys are watching in Northern California. There seems to be 2 of them. Can you explain the makeup and really what you guys are watching for tonight?
Yeah, as you know, we have a lot of districts here in California, but for us really here in Northern California, there are 2 districts in particular that we're really looking at, and that's District 1 and District 3. So I'm going to start at the top of the state first. District 1, if you imagine the California-Oregon border, that's where current Representative Doug LaMalfa sits. He's been in that seat since about 2013. He is a Republican. And again, that California-Oregon border is really important. It's typically more rural, conservative, if you will, leaning for that district. However, it is also a key area here for us in California because it's really the heartbeat, one of the heartbeats of our agricultural economy. There is a lot of rice grown there. The incumbent that is representing that district is a lifelong rice farmer himself. And so it's a really competitive district that we're keeping our eye on because if Prop 50 passes, that's one area that would drastically change under these maps. And then I want to also mention District 3. That's the second district that we're really looking at. Representative Kevin Kiley is the incumbent in that seat. And it's really the California-Nevada border, just to give you some landmarks here. If you think of Lake Tahoe, if you think of Death Valley National Park, that's really where his district is. And this is such a competitive seat. We have spent a lot of time in both District 1 and 3 talking to the incumbents. We've also talked to just a lot of constituents, some saying that, look, we like our representation. We like the way District 1 and 3 have been. Others saying, look, if Prop 50 is on the ballot, we're going to vote yes, we want to change. So we've heard a lot of back and forth from a lot of people that have lived there. But one thing is for sure, after spending time in both districts, is that there are several Democratic challengers that are saying, hey, if Prop 50 passes, we are coming for your seats. They're going to be entering those races if it goes in their favor.
Interesting. It'll be fascinating to watch tonight. You guys have a first-hand seat at the table into how this plays out. Alexandria Bell from ABC 10, we certainly appreciate your time. Good luck tonight. I know it'll be a long night for all of us, and sending thoughts your way as well to the team.
Thank you.
No problem. All right, guys, we're going to bring it back here regionally and go to WLTX. We have Megan Doxius talking a little bit about Columbia and the mayor's race down there. We have a mayor's race of our own in Charlotte, and I know a number of cities do across America. This is a big race. Set the stage for us here, Megan. What are you watching for tonight between the people that are running for mayor in Columbia?
Hi, thank you. Yeah, so for this election, the biggest thing is if we're going to see incumbent Daniel Rickenman holds that seat. He's held it for the past 4 years. And let me give you a few stats that I have here. mayors in Columbia have held seats for long periods of time. And prior to his seat, when he held his seat, we had someone in seat for 12 years. Before that, it was 10. And then 2 more prior to that. They both held it for 8 years. So these people were holding seats for a pretty long time. So the big question is Daniel Ricketman going to hold that seat for another 4 years? If we talk a little bit about the 3 candidates, we have Daniel Ricketman, Jessica Thomas, and Wade Fulmer. And, you know, one thing they all discussed was safety. That was a big thing on the top of their minds. You know, Ricketman discussed safety and bringing more lighting into the city. Same with Jessica Thomas. She talked about safety and creating affordable housing, thinking that'll help, you know, create a safer environment down here, as well as Wade Fulmer discussed safety as in a mental health terms of bringing more funding into mental health. So that is one thing that they were all on the same page about.
Affordable housing, something that a lot of Americans are talking about, and certainly in a lot of metro areas like Columbia and, of course, Charlotte as well. Megan, mayoral elections in Columbia are nonpartisan. Can you exactly kind of specify what that means in practice for us here? We do things a little differently in North Carolina.
Yeah, so there's going to be, no one's running for a specific party. So, you know, like you said, in different cities, you usually see that. I think for these candidates, I think it's not about the party, it's about what their ideas are for the city. And I think that's what people want to focus on, or they want people to focus on for them rather than a specific party, whether it be red or blue. So I think that is why we might see that down here a little bit more.
No doubt. And then the candidates in this race, you kind of ran through them for us. I really appreciate that. Who's the favorite? Are people kind of talking to you about who they could vote for or who they see as the favorite here tonight?
Yeah, we've definitely heard around town Daniel Ricketman. I've seen a lot of signs for Daniel Ricketman around town on the streets. And I really think that is because people do know his name, but I think people liked the work they saw from him the past 4 years. He has done a lot, brought a lot of new things, new businesses into the city, new housing. That was a lot of new housing has gone up since he's been in office. So I think you can visually see what he's doing, and I think that definitely gives him a little bit of a leg up for residents around here.
Yeah, affordable housing, the economy, and keeping communities safe. 3 things that I think are on a lot of voters' minds tonight as they head to the polls. Megan Duxus from WLTX down in Columbia. Megan, thank you so much. We appreciate your time. All right, we are going... Yeah, no problem. We're going to continue our coverage here, folks. And in fact, I want to run through a little timeline because we've got about 17 minutes or so left here in North Carolina until the polls close. And then once they close at 7:30 p.m., here's the run of the election night reporting timeline for you to keep an eye out for. So from 7:30 p.m. to 9 p.m., absentee by mail votes will then be approved by County Board of Elections and then are reported. Then from 8 to 9:30, early voting results are going to be reported. So in-person early votes, absentee by mail votes, those are the things we're talking about there. In that same span of time, precinct officials will hand-deliver the results to those County Board of Elections. And then from 8:30 to midnight, you'll see these precinct results kind of roll in and be reported. So you could, at that point, kind of refresh the data every 5 to 10 minutes. And then after election night, as we usually talk about, military and overseas absentee ballots will be counted, as well as any other provisional votes that are left over by these County Board of Elections. So that's where we're at right now, setting you up. Again, we have an expert in the next 15 minutes who will join us from UNC Charlotte to talk more about what we're seeing locally in Mecklenburg County and how big this election could be. Not only what we're seeing inside of City Council, but that transit tax, because that really could shape the future of Charlotte as we know it. So we'll have a 2-minute break. We'll come back right after this, continuing our special tonight. Welcome back on our extended coverage for this election night. We're going to continue here on WCNC Plus inside the Impact Studio. By the way, if you yourself are watching us, I love that. But please tell your family and friends to download the WCNC Plus app to get this election night coverage. And in fact, we have experts like this throughout the day, almost every single day. Obviously, we don't have election specials every night, but we do want you to watch and obviously be informed. We have a lot of conversations here that folks can be privy to, including the 1 cent sales tax. We're going to go back to this because it is probably one of the biggest things that will be on the ballot in Mecklenburg County, including the mayor's race, District 6, among other things. And Julie, in Lancaster County, we had some of the referendums that I saw on the ballot today. One of them dealing with infrastructure, road widening. Stop me if you've heard this before. Certain people want, there's a road called Lancaster Highway down in Lancaster County. It actually starts in Mecklenburg and it goes down to the southern part. But it's interesting to see how many infrastructure things are on many ballots across America. People are finding out that the infrastructure just isn't up to snuff around areas, especially like in Charlotte, right, where the growth is just exponential. So let's stick here for a little bit, right? I know funding, the allocation, right, it's 40% for roads, 40% for rail, 20% for buses and microtransit. A lot of this has been under a microscope over the last couple of months. So if you will, remind us where we have been. Talk about a little bit of a timeline because we've been covering this for years. And as I pointed out earlier, I talked to Pat Cotham maybe about a year and a half ago about where this could be. And it's very interesting in North Carolina because it's different. Raleigh had to approve this to get it on the ballot. Here we are. Let's talk about the timeline about where this started.
I'm glad you brought up Raleigh because Raleigh is a big piece of why this happened when it did and why maybe perchance if this doesn't pass, why it would be difficult to pass again. So starting though with, one of my first stories here, I think of my very first one a year and a half ago was we're talking about purchasing the red line. And so the city went through with that back in, I think, September of 2024. And that was the first big step to getting this to happen. Those are the tracks that they would use to create the Red Line light rail, which would be going up towards, Pat Cotham's area of the city, up towards Lake Norman, up in parts of Iredell County. And so we have been getting the ball rolling, even already making some purchases with some big price tags for over a year now, as you mentioned. So that is really the first catalyst for all of this. But actually getting the sales tax on your ballot was a lot more complicated. It wasn't just the city, the county decided to do it. We had to go through Raleigh, something called the PAVE Act. I know things got confusing when we kind of introduced that language because we've been calling it the sales tax, the transit tax, the 1 cent sales tax, the 1% sales tax. There were a lot of different names, and then everyone was like, what's the PAVE Act? Why are we saying that now? That was the bill that had to be filed in the North Carolina General Assembly to get this language there. Interestingly, because we had to go through Raleigh for a project this big, because it will have, other funding sources, but the majority of it being from the people, Raleigh had a say in what you mentioned, the proportions of how much money goes to what, 40% for roads, 40% for transit or for trains, and 20% for bus improvements. That was really interesting to watch happen kind of live because the bill got filed and we didn't know, it was kind of like a 50-50 toss-up for a while there, if this was actually going to go through. I remember when House Speaker Dustin Hall was here with Senator Phil Berger for one of those business conferences highlighting business growth in Mecklenburg County. This must have been earlier on in the summer. And we were doing a reporter gaggle afterwards, talking to Speaker Hall, and he mentioned Patricia Cotham specifically being, if this is to pass, she's a big change maker, a big name in the General Assembly. She has a lot of sway. And so we weren't sure if that was going to be enough sway to get this passed, but it happened very quickly once it did. It kind of went boom, boom, boom through the legislature. I think it got passed in June or July. And from there, it was a very quick turnaround to, okay, now the city has to say yes, the county has to say yes, and the Board of Elections, our county Board of Elections said we need it by this date to start putting the ballots in time. So it kind of came down to the wire. But once that went through, then we kind of had the moment of, okay, now what? And that's when some of these other conversations started to get had. In the midst of all this, of course, we talked about earlier the murder of Irina Zarutska in late August. That changed the way people talk about this. That changed the way a lot of people think about this. I want to be clear that with the 1 cent sales tax, or 1% sales tax, whichever you want to say. It's both the same thing. It's 1 cent to the dollar. It's not a clear Republican versus Democrat issue. So it's not like, for the most part, someone who typically votes blue is going to go in there and say, oh, yes or no, because this is what this person says.
Yeah.
Really, it's not across the board like that. And so I think we're seeing a lot of division. Republicans in the legislature are not known for voting in favor of a Democrat-heavy city like Charlotte. We have a very red legislature and a very blue city. And so that's why we were so kind of up in the air with, is this going to get through at all? But in the event that this doesn't pass and we have to send this back to the legislature, or we as in the city decides to do that because they've already bought the tracks to create the red line, I am not personally sure if that's going to happen. But especially with the way that Republicans kind of changed their tune, the state Republicans, I mean, changed their tune when we had these safety discussions.
Well, it's interesting because I tried to do a story on this maybe 6 to 8 months ago. I actually called Commissioner at Large, Lee Altman, and she kind of told me, listen, I'd love to do this story, but I think anything I say could impact this in Raleigh. So she didn't want to say anything good or bad, right? I think that's a good thing, not to put the cart before the horse if you don't even know it's going to be on the ballot. So I think that was a good thing that she did, obviously, to think about that. But it's interesting because you talk about what people are against this. It's not Democrat or Republicans. We heard somebody talk about today, critics saying, I don't remember the young man's name and who the organization he was from, but basically what he was saying is this pushes down low-income individuals because of the tax-sided concerns. I mean, you've got property taxes that have gone up. You've got sales taxes, obviously, that could rise. And it's just an interesting situation. You see in South Carolina, right, they do away with income tax, but then property tax is elevated. And that stops people from first-time home buying a lot of times, right, or from owning a home there. So it's interesting how states are working around this tax issue. But this is the big thing is they don't want any more tax because it could be a regressive, heavy burden on low-income families. And I think that's a very valuable conversation to have. And so, in my opinion, it seems like this could be up for potential, could be voted down because of that. And I think a lot of folks are thinking, listen, there are so many taxes that have been brought up from the city and Mecklenburg County over the last 2 years, even since I've been here. Maybe this is too much. And I think that's why this could potentially not pass. And kind of what you're alluding to, I think that it would be just left in the dirt at that point, right? Like, what do you do, right? Because then you have to go back to Raleigh. But folks are saying, and it seems like, and I've said of this before, the culture in Charlotte is going to be hard to change. Everyone drives in the city, right? And a lot of right. And everybody, I mean, people have come from other areas, New York, LA, Miami, just to kind of name some of the big cities of people that I've spoken to from, and they kind of come here because they do like to drive, right? Transit isn't something that they first think about here in Charlotte. So I think you have one side trying to make it a priority for folks to think about and to utilize, and how that's going to help the overall community. But then also, as I said, it could disenfranchise certain individuals around this area, and that's a big concern.
I think you brought up a really interesting point too. We've got two kind of groups of people that the city and the county would have to appeal to at the same time, and they don't necessarily want the same things. The legislature, like I said, largely Republican-led, really shifted their tune on this and kind of just on Charlotte in general. Not that it was ever really a close working relationship, but they definitely had a more outwardly negative view of Charlotte after some of these safety concerns got brought up. Meanwhile, I think people right now are just thinking not just about property taxes increasing, inflation, but also stuff happening federally that's impacting them right now. And so there's two different really big pieces of this that I don't think we could have foreseen even a few months ago as being issues. And so it really is just a picture to paint of, it really comes down to the timing with stuff like this. That this, maybe, I mean, if you would have asked me a couple months ago if I thought this would pass, I'd say yes. Today, I really don't know. And I think that's why people are so interested, is because this really is a toss-up. And that's how I feel like when I go talk to voters, it's just such a stark difference. People are very passionate about it either way, too. People have very strong opinions, and I think that they're not really looking to change them at this point, which is why I mentioned early voting numbers were so high.
Well, and I think that's great that people are engaged, especially in an off year. I mean, I heard this thing today, and it was just an interesting thing. But your landlord is voting today. I mean, if you have one, right? And even if the bank, you're paying the bank because you own your home, right? Those folks are going to obviously go to these elections, and folks should as well. I mean, everybody should have an invested interest because these local elections really are the fine tuning of what happens locally that can affect people, right? Obviously, yes, the general election is a big one, and obviously we talk a lot about it, but these municipal elections, they really are critical to folks. So interesting that you point out that. Julie's going to be here throughout the night with us, breaking in these live results. And in fact, in 3 minutes, polls are closing in North Carolina, so we've got some nitty-gritty to get to. And in fact, we do have a professor from UNC Charlotte to join us after this 2-minute break. We're going to get ourselves together and be back for the extended coverage. See you in 2 minutes. And just like we're back here on WCNC Plus inside the Impact Studio, we have political science and public administration professor Martha Kropf with us from UNC Charlotte. Martha, it's great to have you. Appreciate your time. How you doing tonight?
Sure. I'm great tonight. How are you?
Doing good. I'm obviously anxious, waiting for some of these results, and excited, of course. This is a big night, and I was just telling folks, local municipal elections are huge, and they have an impact on folks' lives. So hopefully people went out to vote. Obviously the polls are closed now at 7:30 here in North Carolina, but I do want to start with, you brought up an interesting point to discuss. We've been talking about Raleigh, the seat of government here in North Carolina. That Raleigh they're not doing municipal elections on cycle.
They're not doing municipal elections.
Why?
They stopped about the time that the census data was late a couple of years ago. They stopped doing their local elections in 2021. They stopped doing them, I should say, in the off year, which is when we do it. And about 88 other counties have elections, including some in Wake County. But Raleigh's not doing their local elections. They do their elections in the even numbered years. So they'll have a local election in 2026.
Okay. And this is supposed to apparently increase turnout, right? I mean, we want folks to be engaged. It seems like turnout is a record turnout in certain places. We'll get more on those numbers tonight. But this is interesting. Is there any other reasons as to why they're doing this? or why they do it, I should say.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of reasons, a lot of good reasons to actually do a local election on a presidential or a midterm election.
Yeah.
Turnout's always higher because interest is higher. But of course, then the problem then becomes if you have a local election on this, at the same time as the presidency, is that people aren't going to pay as much attention to the local election. But if you look back at the Wake County statistics, it looks like the turnout increased close to 3 times as much when they had that mayoral election, the local elections at the same time as the presidential or the midterm elections, like in 2022, the midterm elections. So it was kind of a big deal for them. But of course, the problem is people aren't paying as much attention. And so a problem with that can be then people just don't vote on that particular measure, or it's at the very end of the ballot and people get tired. And you know how long, I'm sure many of you remember how long that 2024 ballot was in November. It was a pretty long ballot, and it took a bit.
It was.
So
it was.
Mayor's race, be it toward the end, and that's a difficulty.
Well, speaking of, that's a great segue. Mayor's race here in Charlotte. I'm not sure if you live in Mecklenburg County, but I'm sure you've been watching with all of us all of the things that have come out from the city, from Mecklenburg County. Man, it's been a tumultuous couple of months. Charlotte Mayor Vi Lyles obviously up against 2 other individuals, a Libertarian and a Republican. Let's talk a little bit about Mayor Lyles. She's been at the helm for quite some time. Where do you see this race going? I mean, she's a strong candidate, wouldn't you say?
I would. I would say that this is not going to be a hard one for her to pull out. This isn't the last time. She's still she's been a strong candidate, and she'll remain a strong candidate. I don't think that we're not going to get any surprises tonight on the mayor's race, is my impression.
Okay. Interesting stuff. Obviously, she's up against Terry Donovan, the Republican, and Rob Yates, the Libertarian. Charlotte City Council at large, we've got some incumbents, Dimplesh Murja, but some new faces as well that could be on the council at large. I mean, Luana Mayfield, we know her, Edwin Peacock, Victoria Watlington. Yeah, anything there interesting people or interesting race that you wanted to point out there?
Well, I mean, I think it's distinctive because there were a lot of different candidates. I honestly think that we're going to get some of the old faces back in again, some of the incumbents. People tend to vote for candidates that they know. If you did your research, you might go in and say, well, I don't necessarily want to vote for that person again, or not. I think, again, I mean, honestly, I think the big issue tonight is going to be the 1% sales tax. There have been some, in the different districts, of course, there's, been some controversy, but the thing that's really bringing people out, the thing that's really, I think that's possibly going to increase this local turnout is that 1% sales tax. It is a long time coming. Right. It's been, this was talked about when I first moved to Charlotte 20 years ago. And whether or not, for example, the Red Line going up to Lake Norman was something that this commuter rail would be developed. It's something that, a lot of people have talked about for a long time. It's created quite a bit of controversy in the news media. I mean, you were having a discussion just a minute ago. There's a lot to think about with this, and some very interesting combinations of people coming together on it. And that's why I think it's really the thing that's going to turn people out. As you know, past local elections have had very low turnout. 2019, 17%, 2023, 15.5% turnout of registered voters. I'll tell you that yes, we had a record amount of early voting, but we've been having and trending up with early voting. It could indicate some excitement, but it may just be that people like early voting. However, I looked at who's early voted, and I will tell you that a lot of the zip codes, the farthest north zip codes around Lake Norman. Turns out they turned out for early voting. That 10% of the early voters were the Lake Norman zip code right up around the lake. So those are people that have been dealing with that I-77 traffic for a while.
Right. Probably want to see that red line. And I'd like to see if those individuals will end up riding the red line when it gets built, right? I mean, you'd think that may alleviate traffic, right?
But that is the interesting conundrum. We are a car culture in this country, right?
I said that, I know,
A lot of the people up there are much more wealthy. On the other hand, you haven't been, this is not Washington, D.C. This is not Atlanta. It's not that bad. But people don't like I-77, and that toll road
it's a death trap.
That got Macquarie kicked out, it's not helping that much. It's really not. That traffic is still tied up around, rush hour. And yes, I live up there, and I live in one of the zip codes, not Lake Norman, but 28269. And I will tell you that they had about 6% of the early voters, which was one of the higher turnouts among early voters, was around there. And that zip code is right by where the red line is going. So I think there's some excitement for this.
Yeah.
The opposition wasn't wrong, though. I mean, there certainly, this is a bad time.
Yeah, talk more about that.
Well, if you think about the situation in the country right now, well, the government shutdown is one thing that's stopping some benefits from getting to people who need them. So that there's a lot of inequality here in the Charlotte-Mecklenburg area.
Mm-hmm.
But this isn't just the now. In the next couple of years, people are looking at spending more money on health insurance if they're getting their health insurance from the exchange. It looks like the federal government has way cut back on the amount of money that are going to be used for subsidies and Medicaid, And so, in that sense, I think we're definitely going to see some people struggling. And another issue that's been a big issue in the Charlotte area is affordable housing. The costs in Charlotte of housing have just gone up a lot. It's one reason why some people who are younger, like the idea of the commuter rail. It's just that younger people aren't necessarily turning out, right? Like I hear these stories of young people campaigning for light rail. They want commuter rail so they can buy homes, because the only place they could probably afford to buy homes is outside, up in the suburbs.
Right.
And that's a tough one for people. Housing is quite expensive right now. The combination of all of those things, may make that sales tax a difficulty for some people.
Mm. We talk about the culture here. I've been saying it for months that you have to change the car culture here, whether it's folks who have moved here from bigger cities like New York, LA, and Miami, as I pointed out earlier, or not, right? We have an influx of, they say, 100 plus people on average a day moving here.
Lot.
Right. And I live in South Charlotte, so I live, out near Fort Mill. I take 77 every day, and I say it's a death trap only because, at any time of the day, it's jammed up. I mean, at 1 o'clock p.m., at 10 a.m. when I'm trying to take my kid to a doctor's appointment in South Park.
Right.
It's unbelievable. And now on 485, they've already built an express lane out there. So they're preparing, to monetize that part of the commute, which I know folks are frustrated at. So it's interesting in the way that we're seeing these go, because in my opinion, we're not creating a culture of folks like, let's ride the train. But there was buku bucks spent on trying to promote this transit tax to pass, right?
Yes. Well, I think we've seen the success of the Blue Line. Current events, safety events recently notwithstanding, look at the economic development along the Blue Line. It's been amazing. Now, a sort of unintended consequence of that, of course, is it's probably gotten rid of some affordable housing, which only exacerbates some of the problems in this county that we already have, right? Gentrification always does that. But this car culture is interesting, and I could visualize people from New York or Chicago, or, areas like that where, public transportation, or Washington, D.C. even, where public transportation is pretty strong. Wanting to live where there's public transportation. I'm not sure LA and some of those other places, or even Atlanta, people, if they're moving here, they're not going to want to. Marta is not doing well. I mean,
right.
I hear this, right?
Right.
And so, the car culture does have to change. But right now we're looking at all of this increased economic development and new housing all around the loop. And that loop is going to just bring worse and worse traffic unless we do something, right? Which is why there was a big push for this, and the economic development, of course.
Right.
Some people have predicted as soon as the loop closed that we were going to turn into Atlanta within a few number of years. And we've certainly seen also economic development around 485, and especially in North Charlotte. It's, everywhere really. It's not just North Charlotte. It's been a crazy amount of economic development and building, and that will lead, unless we change our car culture, it's going to lead to more and more traffic. And we are able to create the red line, commuter line. We are able, but the big thing is the buses. I just don't necessarily see people coming from LA wanting to start taking buses. I think I don't know. I honestly think that there might be a sort of unless the buses, maybe when they're quicker.
Yeah.
This transportation plan goes through, then people will probably, and maybe people will go to the buses.
Yeah. Well, Professor Crawford, you bring up a great point about affordable housing as well. I've said since we moved here that it will be a short amount of time that inside the 45 loop, you will find $1 million homes. You already are seeing that, right? But you will start to see, as you pointed out, prices skyrocket with this development. I mean, that's where this seems to lead to. I mean, there are certain places in Atlanta that are like that. I mean, Buckhead, just to name a few, right? Where they closed in those development areas and home prices shot up, right?
Oh, definitely. I think, we need to, I suppose in terms of affordable housing, it is a correct thing for the city council and the county commission to be thinking about what we do about affordable housing in this community, because you're right. The price of housing has shot up for a variety of reasons. Part of it is, I think, is, the ease of being able to telecommute, but also, the use of houses for things like, short-term rentals. Definitely there was a lot of open land that's been filled in the loop.
It's been interesting to see. Well, and then you have property taxes, right, that seemingly continue to go up in some sense, right? Sales tax, with this 1 cent sales tax, that was another big discussion as well, that impoverished individuals who are feeling like they have nowhere to go have talked about that the taxes just continue to come. And at some point it feels like, right, you're being priced out of the market because of taxes. And I guess that leads to the affordable housing discussion that we've been talking about. But I think that also relates to people having the money or the time to think about transit. Like, how would that fit into my life? You know what I mean?
Well, I think that, honestly, there's the taxes are kind of crazy, and as the housing values have gone up in Mecklenburg County and the outlying counties too, as well, that increases the amount you have to pay for property taxes, even if your mortgages stays fairly the same as the same as it's always been. The property taxes are still going to go up as your home value goes up. But of course, the problem with sales tax, it's an especial problem because, it is what that they call it's retrogressive. That is to say, the poor, you're poor. You maybe buy a little bit less than somebody who's more wealthy. You're maybe more careful. But you might end up paying a greater percentage of your income in taxes because your income is less. And so for struggling families, that idea that this tax for transit, which you're maybe, as you say, not even sure how you're going to fit it into your life, I think that might be a difficult pill to swallow. On the other hand, if you look at political science theory, we know that the people who turn out are going to be older. They're going to have more resources and education. And so, I think what that says to us is that unless, the opposition forces are really good at mobilization, they, those with fewer resources are least likely to turn out to vote. And so that, is an issue. So they may not be able to advocate through the ballot for their interests.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
So many eloquent things that you said, and appreciate you thinking about some of those responses and really giving us some answers that were based off statistics and some of the things that you've kind of seen in the area. I hope that you will stick with us because we're going to take a quick break, Professor Croft. She's going to stick with us throughout the night.
Check out those results, right?
Yes, we're going to check out those results, take a 2-minute break, and we'll come back right after this. And in fact, we're going to go to Louisville to check up on that plane crash. We'll see you in 2. All right, welcome back, everybody. Appreciate you sticking with us through our extended coverage here on WCNC Plus all the way till 11 o'clock tonight. The governor of Kentucky is speaking right now on this plane crash. Let's get to it as it happens. All right, having some technical difficulties. I'm going to just tell you a little bit about this information. This came out around 5:15 p.m. Today. What we're hearing and confirmed now is a UPS plane that crashed at Louisville's International Airport. And in fact, UPS's Worldport is in Louisville. So it's one of the busiest airports in all of the world because of that. They carry thousands of packages daily, millions weekly, and thousands of planes are in and out of this airport pretty much every week. So we're going to go to this now. I do believe we have the feedback. It's live.
Appreciated and will be recognized. At approximately 5:14 p.m. Eastern Time tonight, UPS Flight 2976 from Louisville, Kentucky to Honolulu, Hawaii, an MD-11 with 3 crew members on board was involved in a catastrophic crash here in Louisville adjacent to our airport. UPS will be releasing more facts as available. The National Transportation Safety Board will be in charge of the investigation and will be on the scene shortly. They will be the primary source of the investigation as it continues in the days and in the weeks ahead. I can confirm that there was no specifically hazardous cargo on board of the plane that would create an environmental issue for those around the site, but the impact and where it impacted could create those types of situations. So please, if there is a shelter in place, follow it. Other agencies involved that are at the scene or available: the Kentucky National Guard, Kentucky Office of Homeland Security, the Louisville Fire Department, the Lexington Fire Department, the Bardstown Fire Department, the Shepherdsville Fire Department, Louisville Emergency Management, the Fern Creek Fire Department, Pleasure Ridge Park Fire Department, Fairdale Fire Department, Anchorage Middletown Fire Department, Jeffersontown Fire Department, Airport Police Department, Louisville Metro Police, Jefferson County Sheriff's Office, St. Matthews Police Department, Shively Police Department, KSP, Louisville Metro EMS, MSD, Louisville Gas and Electric, Kentucky Emergency Management. Again, we have virtually every single fire, police, and emergency response group that is responding right now to what you're seeing. At this time, we've got some initial numbers, but let me tell you, I expect them to grow. Right now, we believe we have at least 3 fatalities. Oh, I believe that number is going to get larger. We have at least 11 injuries, some of them very significant, that are being treated by local hospitals. Again, I think that number will get larger. There is a victim family reunification center being set up at the Louisville Metro Police Training Academy. That is 2911 Taylor Boulevard. Victim services personnel will be on site and on location for anyone who needs information. The United Way is also offering shelter to anybody that's been impacted. You can call them at 502-376-6617. Updates on the operation of the Louisville International Airport will be shared after we're completed here around 8:15 via press conference with Louisville Emergency Management. Right now, we believe that the main area hit consisted of 2 businesses, though we know there were more businesses impacted. The first is Kentucky Petroleum Recycling. We are seeking more information, but it looks like they were hit pretty directly. The second is Grade A Auto Parts. Grade A has been in contact. They've accounted for all of their employees but 2, but they do not know how many other individuals, customers, or others could have been on site at the time. Because of the nature of these facilities, it may be some time before we can account for everyone or know that no one else was on the grounds. They're going to provide us with descriptions of the 2 missing employees soon. Again, there's no direct information about non-employees who were there at the time. The radius for the shelter in place has been adjusted. It is now anything north of the airport to the Ohio River. That includes, without limitation, South Louisville, Old Louisville, and downtown. LG&E had some equipment that has been damaged, but they're reporting no major outages at the time. They may, for safety purposes, have to have some outages. Please understand that if that's done, that's to protect you and the people working on it. I've been in direct contact with the CEO of Ford Motor Company. I can tell you that the Ford plant there was not hit, though it has lost power or did lose power for a period of time, but with the number of employees working there, that's a blessing. I've also been in touch with the head of security for the convention center, and everyone is sheltering in place that is there. They have stopped people coming in for the upcoming events for people's safety, and I know they'll be sending out additional information. Anybody who has seen the images and the video know how violent this crash is. And there are a lot of families that are going to be waiting and wondering for a period of time. We're going to try to get them that information as fast as we can, but if this is a family you know, please give them your support. Please give them your prayers. Please give them your love and be with them, because the toughest moments, and I can say it from personal experience, are when you're wondering whether that person that you know and you care about has survived something like this. We do not, at the moment, have the status of the crew. Watching that video, I think we're all very, very worried about them. I'm going to turn it over now to Julie Carr with the mayor's office. Let me say I've talked to the mayor 6 times since this has happened. He was out of town, which was completely scheduled. He is moving heaven and earth to be back, and he will be back. And from somebody who has been out of town when some of these things happened, let me tell you, he is completely and fully on top of it, in communication, and his crew behind me is responding as well as I've seen any group do. And trust me, I've sadly seen a lot of disasters, whether like this or through weather. So I'll turn it over to Julie Carr.
I'm Deputy Mayor Julie Carr. First and foremost, Mayor Greenberg has been in constant contact with those on the ground, emergency operations, Governor Beshear, and our federal partners. And he would like me to express that he and Rachel have the victims of today's crash in their hearts and prayers. He is asking the entire city of Louisville to join them in praying for the victims, their families, and our first responders, who bravely rushed to the scene to save people and are still actively working to put the fire out. Our hearts are with those affected by this tragic incident. The mayor's office is working closely with first responders, federal authorities, and emergency management teams to respond and secure the area. The mayor is traveling and is expected to be back in Louisville before 9 p.m.
All right, folks, we're going to continue our election night coverage and, in fact, take a 2-minute break. But be sure, we'll make sure to listen in on the developments made in Louisville, and we'll bring you the latest here on our WCNC Plus stream throughout the night until 11 o'clock. We'll be back in 2 minutes, though. Welcome back, everyone, inside the Impact Studio. We're going to go to another reporter here from WFMY, our Greensboro station. Nixon Norman is covering the mayor's race there in Greensboro as well. As we've been talking about throughout the night, Nixon, a lot of municipal races happening across America, except for Raleigh. We made that distinction with Professor Kropf a couple of minutes ago, who will be back on to give us more expert advice. But appreciate your time, Nixon. Let's get into this race. Who are the candidates? And I guess tell us who people think is the favorite.
The candidates for mayor here in the city of Greensboro, you have Robbie Perkins, who served on the city council for 16 years. I just have some notes down here. They were consecutive, but 16 years in total. And he was actually the former mayor of Greensboro from 2011 to 2013. Then you have Mary Kay Abuzawader, who currently sits on city council and has for 14 years now. She was named the mayor pro tem just this year in January. During primaries, she did lead the votes with 7% more votes than Perkins. So I'm not going to say there's a favorite, but it seems during primaries there was more of a lean towards Mary Kay Abuzawader, who again is currently our mayor pro tem here in the city of Greensboro. But we will see tonight who the real favorite is.
Very well said, Nixon. Stepping over that question, I asked it pretty precariously, so sorry about that. But great job to field that. The big issues being talked about from what people are telling you. Can you talk about some of that? We were talking about affordable housing. It's a big talk. Obviously, the 1 cent sales tax here in Mecklenburg County is big. Talk about some of the things that voters are talking about there.
So, of course, affordable housing here, too, because we have all these big companies coming to us. Most recently, a Food Line distribution center coming to the area. We have Toyota coming to the area. So lots of people are going to be moving here for jobs. So, of course, affordable housing is something that we're talking about here, too. Of course, things like safety when it comes to the police force, issues when it comes to homelessness, even something as simple as sidewalks. Actually, WFMY News 2 hosted a mayoral debate just a few weeks ago. It might not even been weeks ago, but those were things that were mentioned. Mary Kay says that she's going to continue on the path of what city council is doing now to resolve some of those things. And Perkins says because he hasn't been in office for some time, he would bring a refreshed sense and approach to some of those topics.
Interesting stuff. Yeah, the weeks all kind of blend together at this point in quarter four here at the end of the year. Nixon, anything else that kind of you wanted to point out to our viewers who are watching both in Greensboro here in Charlotte as well? Anything else?
Yeah, I would say that the biggest thing that I've seen in both the primary elections and then tonight is that there is that low voter turnout, and I don't know if it's like that in Charlotte. Of course, people are still getting out to vote, but we've heard from the director of Guilford County Board of Elections. I mean, that turnout has been very low, and there doesn't seem to be a real reason why.
Yeah, very interesting, because we were just actually talking to our professor from UNC Charlotte a couple of minutes ago about how engaged folks seem to be here in Mecklenburg County as well, and that might be because of the transit tax. Nixon Norman reporting for us from WFMY. Nixon, good luck tonight. Have a great night.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to bring in Professor Kropf again from UNC Charlotte. These results are rolling in slowly. Professor, as you know, I think a lot of folks who, I was kind of talking a little bit about election security, right? And a lot of people talk about having paper ballots, but sometimes when you have paper ballots and you also have electronics that have to work simultaneously together, it takes a little bit for these results to roll in, of course. So we're seeing some of that, but anything that kind of piqued your interest right now?
Well, I'll just say that, one reason why, so the election results for early voting and for most of the absentee votes used to roll in right at 7:30, but the state legislature changed the laws about when election boards could start counting their ballots. So, and those early votes are not going to roll in. And so, just by way of pointing out in Mecklenburg County, it's worth noting that they use ballot marking devices, and those ballot marking devices actually, you print out your paper, and then you put it in the, in a collection unit,
right.
And I guess it always takes time to get the results from the outlying areas. In Mecklenburg County, the results usually come the places closest to 741 Kenilworth, which is where the election board office is, more quickly. But there's a lot of checking and double checking that election officials at the polls need to do to make sure every I is dotted and T crossed. So it takes some time.
It does.
But in terms of like the election itself, I think that turnout, I think that people were engaged in the transit tax.
Yeah.
I think there was a lot more discussion. This is like a unique time for us now, right? That we're actually able to vote on a larger plan for the county. And so it's worth noting that it could increase voter turnout, but we're still not seeing what the results are tonight. As I noted before, about 7% of the registered voters voted before Election Day. 7.8 actually. So, that could portend that some people are excited, and especially especially the zip codes around the Lake Norman area. Among early voters, that was the highest number of early voters were from the Lake Norman area.
Yeah, fascinating to hear from Nixon Norman up near Greensboro, to hear that turnout was low and people aren't as engaged there. Yeah, interesting to hear. And I wanted to just talk about Davidson Board of Commissioners. Those numbers are in, and I know you live in that area. Is there anybody on that ballot between David Lusk, who is right now up? He has 32.98% of the vote. They don't have any precincts reporting at this point, so I'm sure those are rolling in. But it's still very early, only 94 total votes right now. So between all of those candidates, it seems like Lusk is a favorite, and probably was a favorite in this respect. Do you know any of these candidates?
So I'll tell you, I haven't paid a lot of attention to Davidson. It's not that I don't care. But,
right.
I think in the hubbub and even my own personal deciding about the transit tax, I didn't get to those as much. I do live in Mecklenburg County. Sorry.
That makes sense. Same. I would be in the same boat. So understandably so. Let's talk a little bit about the Board of Education for Charlotte-Mecklenburg County. It seems like District 1, we've got District 2, 4, 5, 6, who are all up for elections here. As we know, right, there's been a lot of discussion about CMS and in this intervention of AI, right? There's been a lot of talk about policies around this. It seems to be that whatever policies are going to come out from this, right, it seems to be shaping what this board could look like. And of course, again, the future for CMS as well. What do you think in terms
AI, I mean, it is something that a school district, every school district really needs to consider, and universities as well.
Yeah.
You're right. It is a controversial issue, and it will be continue to be a controversial issue. I think we just need to grapple with what we can do with AI and how to teach our kids. And the new school board, that's something that they're definitely on board to discuss. But whether the voters are able to connect something like AI that, a lot of people probably just in their normal lives aren't really thinking about to right now, unless, some attention to this, but probably not as much as you would expect given what teachers are saying, but like me. But I will say that that's definitely something that will, decisions. But I think the policy is to consider trying to teach the kids how to use it.
Right.
Because it's just like a calculator, something, right? That at some point, we thought we all needed to do our, addition and subtraction and the basics.
Right.
And maybe we still do, but we're also a lot more productive with calculators and computers than we might have been before.
That's right.
So.
That makes a good point. The District 6 race in City Council is interesting to me. You have Tark Bukhari, right, who who left the seat to join the Trump administration. His wife now, obviously,
His wife is going for the
right,
position.
right. Interesting to see this race. She seems to be the favorite in this race as well because people know her name, right? It'll be interesting.
Name recognition, yeah.
Right, right.
But you know what? This happens to a lot of women candidates. Like they start their careers partially because they, maybe their husbands, took a position, different position, or they got on the ballot. Maybe their husband died, and so, a real start for a lot of candidates that are women is at the local level, and so who knows, what'll turn out. Maybe she'll get a position in a higher position, but yes, the name recognition is important.
Yes. Well, and like I was going to say, I mean, that's a district that is watched a lot. There's a lot of development in that area as well, right? So I think a lot of folks are patiently watching and waiting.
And I keep looking over here to see what the results are saying. So I hope you don't mind too much.
No, not at all. Not at all. If you see something, let me know.
Someone talking to me. So
yes. No. Yeah. Just let me know if you see anything.
I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
It'll take some time. As you were saying, it's a process. It's not immediate.
It is. And it doesn't mean that there's a problem with the process.
Right.
It's just that, again, the local election officials, Michael Dickerson, our election director, they're trying to make sure that their I's are dotted and their T's are crossed.
Right.
But it's also a process because, new state laws regarding when they could be counting ballots.
Well, and I'll just run through the election night reporting timeline. I was telling folks before, right? Polls closed at 7:30. From 7:30 to 9, it seemed like absentee by mail votes, they had to be approved by County Board of Elections and then reported, right? And then from 8 to 9:30, there are a lot of things happening at that time. And there are only so many people to count these and to make sure things are going, right? They don't have a plethora of individuals, hundreds of individuals doing this. So there's a specific number of folks that are going through this. And so from 8 to 9:30, precinct officials handing deliver results to CBEs, right? That's a big part of this process at this point, people driving and trying to get to those locations. So, no, it's a great point.
People driving into the election board.
Right. It's a great point. And it's not easy to get there in Charlotte.
I've been there on election night before and seen the troop of cars coming in.
Yeah.
But some polls, I'm sure there were just a million people standing in line waiting to get in there at the last minute. But sometimes polls stay open a little bit late because if you're in line, you get to vote, right? Even if it's, but I'm sure that doesn't happen in a municipal election. But it can be a process to shut down the polls and get them done.
Yeah. So it is a whole process, folks.
You can find out too.
That's right. That's right. They need poll workers. That's a great push there. I do want to talk about something that I thought was very interesting. I was talking with our reporter Julie Kay, who's still in house with us, about how I spoke with Lee Altman probably about a year ago about a story that I wanted to do about transit, right? The transit sales tax specifically. And she alluded at that point, right, that no matter what was said, negative or positive, she didn't really want to say anything at that moment because it was in Raleigh at that moment and needed to be approved there by legislators to be put on the ballot. Can you explain why that process happened the way it did in North Carolina for us? Because it doesn't happen like that everywhere. And I just thought it was very interesting.
Well, so first off, know that North Carolina laws on referendums and ballot measures like that, they're different in every state. So that some states can actually, by initiative, put ballot measures on the ballot by just getting a bunch of signatures, though usually a state legislature or the courts have to approve them beforehand. So for anything that comes before us, though, the state legislature would typically and then the county commission then, approved it as well, getting it on the ballot here in Mecklenburg County. So it requires through state law their approval in order for us to be able to consider it. So it took time to get that approval. So, a lot of Democrats in the area were saying, the Republicans are ignoring us. And suddenly through, circumstances coming together, Representative Cotham sponsored a bill and the Republicans bought into it. Maybe because of compromises made on what was going to go into the bill in terms of roads, that's speculation that I'm not really prepared to get into.
Right.
I think we could sure look at some of the things that they compromised and did, but nevertheless, it's rather an opportunity for us. And whether or not, I guess the real question is what would happen if it didn't pass. I think that would mean that we'd have to go back and then maybe rewrite some of that legislation to get it back.
Yeah.
Change the time frame. But in any case, it was just a crazy coming together of circumstances that allowed us to do it at this time, because in the past we just haven't been able to. The state legislature didn't let us. I mean, we have had a few transit and other sales tax changes, but for this, circumstances, including, having Norfolk Southern sell the city, part of the heavy rail over on on that side of the city along Old Statesville. It's a lot of circumstances. So again, every state does it differently. We aren't allowed to do initiatives in North Carolina. It's simply the state law and the Constitution coming together. But referenda, we do consider ballot measures. And as you'll probably notice over the years, we've had a lot of different sales tax measures, bond measures for the school districts. And so it's just different in every state because that's the way we run elections in this country.
Well, and you talked about where do we go if this doesn't pass? And in fact, there is no plan B. They've been very, very upfront about the fact that, if this are candid, right? If this doesn't happen, we don't know what else to do. And I guess that's my fear is I'm sure there's probably some thought as to what could happen, right? But if the voters overwhelmingly reject this, I mean, I think it would be unpopular to go forward with it, right? And then you have the whole thought about how you're going to pay for it.
Right. I mean, that's when you have something rejected like that.
Yeah.
You do have to go back and think about, what are the voters saying? Who's turning out? Why do we think they're making those decisions? Was it something about the current time? Right, because right now is not a good time with the government shutdown and the changes in the presidential administration, have made. And the real question is, we'll get a chance to do this later. Will we? And I think we honestly don't know for sure. But sometimes communities will try over and over again for different things like stadium funding or whatnot.
Right.
It happens many times. Will it? I don't think it'll go. If it does not pass, it shouldn't be overwhelming. I mean, I think there was. As I said earlier tonight, I noted that the 10% of the early voters, which was a record number of early voters, not necessarily because they were excited about transit, right? Because early voting has been trending up in record levels in many different places, and it was record tonight for a local. I would say that those areas that are affected by the red line, and I wish I didn't get a chance to overlay it. I just checked certain zip codes and who had voted, but up in Lake Norman and around, and the zip codes around there, definitely people turned out. Now, we don't know what those results are yet. All they report to us is who turned out, but they don't tell us, who they are. We know about 30% of the people who turned out early. It's just one indicator, right? Or we're African American, which, if you look at the distribution of whites and blacks of the early voters, they're about the same as they always are. But the zip code is interesting. The average age was older. if you wanted to make the argument that younger people were going to support light rail because of the problems of housing right now and not being able to get homes, you know, it's not clear to me that the younger people were so excited that they turned out to vote early. Yeah, like I said, average age 58, 59 years old from my calculations. So I don't think it's going to go down to defeat, but it's you know, the audiences that I think would obviously support it were, you know, they're definitely in the northern zip codes around Lake Norman and around Old Statesville, and that is definitely a pattern I saw when I was looking at the data.
All right. Well, appreciate you fielding that round of questions for us, Professor Kropf. We're going to take a couple of minutes and reset things here. We do have a reporter out in Maine that we're going to check with some local elections. So I'll give you some time to look at some of the races that are coming in. Appreciate Professor Kropf being with us. We'll go back to her in a couple of minutes. We are going to go now to a different hit right now. Sorry. We're going to go to break. 2-minute break. We'll be back after this. Sorry, guys. And we are back in our extended coverage on this election night here on WCNC Plus until 11 o'clock, folks. So stick with us here. We are going to go to News Center, Maine. I told you we'd go nationally to a lot of these races and to learn a little bit more about what folks are dealing with on their ballot. So we have Phil Hirschkorn, who is at News Center, Maine for us. Phil, thanks so much for your time. Talk about some of the big races that you are watching right now at this moment, my friend.
Election, we don't have any statewide races for governor or senator that typically boost turnout, and we will have next year, 2026. Tonight in Maine, we're looking at two statewide ballot referenda. They're called Question 1 and Question 2. They're both citizen initiatives that were put on the ballot by petitions. And let me take them in order. Question 1, much like North Carolina's law since 2013, is a photo voter ID law, which would also have some new restrictions on absentee balloting. And Question 2 is what's called a proposed red flag law. This is not something you have in North Carolina, but 21 other states do. And that's a law that would allow law enforcement to confiscate weapons, guns mainly, from people who are deemed a danger to themselves or others. The red flag law could be initiated under this proposal by a family or a household. And that's what makes it new for Maine. Maine already has a so-called yellow flag law. We're the only state in the country with that. We've had it since 2020. And that is the same exact thing, except it requires law enforcement to initiate it. And it also requires a second step of a mental health screening before the judge can then weigh in and issue the order for weapons confiscation. As we get into our conversation, I can explain why the red flag advocates have come forward this year and why they feel the yellow flag process is inadequate. But those are the two referendums that we're watching tonight on our statewide ballot, Colin.
Let's just, as a perfect segue there, Phil, talking about those red flag laws, kind of explain a little bit about more about that system and kind of how it would work.
Sure. So we already have a yellow flag law.
Yeah.
And this was signed by our Democratic governor, Janet Mills, who's largely seen as a friend of gun owner rights. And this was very carefully negotiated in conjunction with the leading gun rights groups in Maine. And they came up with the yellow flag law with the steps that I mentioned of due process that they find that are so critical. Maine is basically a very strong Second Amendment state. And the law that was signed in 2019, went into effect in 2020, is very similar. Again, it allows law enforcement to confiscate weapons if someone's deemed dangerous, but it has two crucial steps. The first is that police must take the person into protective custody. It's like being under arrest, but you're not literally under arrest, but the police have to have you. And then they subject you to a mental health screening. This used to be very cumbersome. You'd have to go to a hospital, and it was kind of caught up in bureaucratic red tape, and hospitals didn't really want to participate in this. So the state came up with a telehealth agency that very quickly allows the person who's in protective custody to be screened remotely by a psychiatric nurse even, and it's going very smoothly, very rapidly, and 99% of the people that are presented for that screening are deemed dangerous enough to have their guns taken away. The judges never really reject that finding, and so that's the yellow flag law. Here's the point, and this is the key point in the narrative. The law wasn't used very much in its first 2 years, about 80 times, about twice a month. And then we had the worst mass shooting in America in 2023. Up in the city of Lewiston, our second most populous city, a gunman called Robert Card killed 18 people in a bowling alley and a bar. And then he wounded 13 others with gunfire. And he was later caught and died from suicide, shot himself before they caught him, which is actually how a lot of those terrible tragedies play out in the end. The thing that we discovered, I did a whole documentary on this for this station called Lewiston, What Went Wrong. The thing that we discovered afterwards was that his local sheriff's department had been tipped off a couple of times by his family and by his friends in the U.S. Army Reserve that he was literally losing his mind and that he was well armed, and they were very concerned he was making threats. And to make a long story short, they went to his home a couple of times, knocked on the door, he wasn't there, he didn't come out. They never had that face-to-face meeting, never took him into protective custody, never yellow flagged him, and that sheriff's department never ever used yellow flag prior to the October 23 mass shooting. Since Lewiston, that department has used the law 34 times. In the state of Maine, it's been used 1,000 times since our mass shooting, about once a day. So a lot of people say, and I think they're correct to say, yellow flag is working the way it was designed to do so. However, the red flag people, the proponents who have it on the ballot today, want that fail safe. What if it happens again? For whatever reason, law enforcement don't act quickly enough, don't see eye to eye with the information that's coming their way. A family, a household would have the right to petition a judge directly themselves to start that process. That's what red flag is, and that's what Mainers are voting on tonight, and we expect the outcome to be quite close.
Okay. Great background there. Appreciate you going into that, Phil. Let's talk about the voter ID. And obviously, as you know, I'm sure you're well aware at this point with North Carolina. I'll just recap for folks who are listening from North Carolina, right? There was this new law in 2024 that came out that impacted the presidential election at the time, really, that, voters in North Carolina have to show a photo ID when they're voting in North Carolina. So juxtapose that to what's happening in Maine. Can you talk about that question one again? Give us a little bit more information about the differences that Maine voters will have to, I guess, adhere to with this new law if it does pass.
That's right. So what's proposed is you would have to have a photo voter ID at the polls or prove that you have one when you filled out an absentee ballot. Okay. And just like North Carolina, it would have to be a state-issued driver's license or a federally issued passport or passport card. It could also be a U.S. military ID, a Veterans Affairs card. And if you don't have any of those, the state would be required for free to issue you a state ID card. What's not allowed is a student ID card, tribal ID, meaning Native American tribes, and for what it's worth, Department of Corrections ID. Maine and Vermont are the only two states that let incarcerated felons vote. So that would be a problem for them. Very similar to not just the law that you updated in 2024, but the law that you passed in North Carolina in 2013. Believe it or not, Colin, in a previous life, I was a producer for CBS News, and I was on the floor of your state legislature 1 month after the Supreme Court threw out a section of the Voting Rights Act, the section that required pre-clearance in the old Confederate states of any changes to voting laws. And your legislature acted quickly and passed the first version of this law. And that's what we have on the ballot tonight. It's very, very similar. It's considered a strict ID law. 36 states have some form of voter ID. About 2/3 of them, have some form of, voter ID, and about 2/3 of them require the photo ID. Maine is, a small state. A lot of people say they go to their polling place. We have 503 different municipalities. Oh, they know me. And all you have to do is state your name. And it's been like that forever. We have same-day registration. We have early in-person absentee voting. We have a very high turnout. We have one of the highest in the country, 80% of registered voters, 75% of voting age population. We're usually in the top 3. So the opponents feel that's going to be jeopardized by not just the photo ID, but by the other part of this, Colin. And if it fails tonight, because people say, oh, photo ID, what's the big deal? Airplane, beer, hunting license, a million times we have to show our photo ID. But the part that might sink it tonight are the absentee ballot restrictions. In Maine, part of that very high turnout is 45% of our voters vote by absentee. We have a lot of seniors. We're the oldest state in the country. And, I'm just going to look down at my notes of the provisions because there's so many of them. It would eliminate 2 days of in-person absentee voting. It would prohibit requests by absentee ballot by phone or family members. We have a new system where certain seniors and people with disabilities can automatically get the ballot election after election. That would be canceled. And these are sort of the two funny ones to me. It would ban prepaid postage on the return envelope. Okay, I guess we all want to be frugal, right? We have government shutdowns. We're worried about budgets. But, so you got to look around your house for 78-cent stamp. Some might consider that a poll tax. And then finally, it would limit the number of drop boxes, for absentee ballots to 1 per municipality. When the Texas, state of Texas adopted a similar thing, and say it's Houston, Tarrant County, and there's 1 drop box per county. That had a huge impact, right? Millions of people live in that county. Here we have much smaller municipalities. I'm in Portland. That's the largest city. It's 65,000 people. It's one of only 2 municipalities with 2 drop boxes. So I'm not really sure what the proponents are trying to accomplish by limiting municipalities to 1. Most only have 1. So that's why it's controversial. The coalition against this calls itself Save Absentee Voting. They don't really mention the photo ID part. This one is expected to lose tonight. There's been a lot of activity on the no side. More so than on the yes side, canvassing, door knocking, even ads, internet ads, that kind of thing. So we're waiting for returns. Polls just closed here half an hour ago. I have no numbers to share with you, but that's an overview of question 1.
Awesome. Phil Hirschkorn from News Center, Maine. Phil, I'm sure we'll check back in with you over the next couple of hours, but good luck, my friend. And it's going to be an exciting night for all of us. So I think I just need to buckle up and wait for the ride.
Great. Nice chatting with you.
All right, sir. Thank you. Have a great night. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. We do have numbers rolling in here in Mecklenburg County. We're going to get to Julie Kay, who is standing by, and learn a little bit more from her. We'll see you in 2 minutes. All right, folks, we're back, and we're seeing some unofficial municipal election results roll in. We're going to turn to our official expert for election night, Julie Kay. Julie, run us down here what you're seeing.
Yeah, we just got I believe these are the mail-in ballots that just got posted. These are typically the ones that get posted first in many counties, particularly Mecklenburg. So this is a small number. It's less than 2,500 votes so far, but not insignificant with some of these races that are across the board. So let's start with the sales tax. We've been hitting it really hard. Out of the 2,400-ish votes cast, 62% of them are for it, 37 against. So again, this is incredibly early. We're going to see a more clear picture of what that split actually looks like when we get some of the actual precincts in, which is going to come in throughout the night kind of in a trickle away. There's 195 precincts ahead of us. So things could still change, but looking very promising for the sales tax, especially because we were thinking and still might be a very split issue. Also wanted to run you by the mayor in District 6. Mayor Vi Lyles, as we expected, looking pretty comfortable in her lead so far, 79% of the vote. 16%-ish for Terry Donovan. She is the Republican candidate, and Rob Yates at 3% as a Libertarian. And then District 6, this is, of course, South Park area. So think about people in district families in this district pay some of the highest taxes in Charlotte. We've got a lot of history, a lot of turnover in this particular seat. It is interesting because Krista Bakari, of course, is running in the Republican candidacy spot. Her husband left the seat earlier, I guess last year. Was it last year at this point? Yeah, it was. And so whoever gets this would be the third person in this seat in a year, because Tark Bakari left for a seat in the Trump administration. Edwin Peacock, who's running at large now, has filled in the in-between time, and now Krista Bakari is running for that seat. However, Kimberly Owens, the Democrat, is actually doing better so far with 71% of the vote at this point. Again, just mail-in ballots, so still very early, but this is at least in recent years, a historically Republican-leaning seat. So that would be quite the turn if this went blue.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely highlights it. There was a question that I saw on social media about Edwin Peacock.
Yeah.
Can you explain? Because I think folks were thinking he wouldn't be able to run again. What was the situation behind that?
So I know this was a big kind of to do when Tark Bakari left, because there were only a few months left of his term. And how it works is the city council has to appoint someone. They will take applications. It has to be a person of that party and of that district of the person who left. So they needed a Republican from District 6. Edwin Peacock had been a councilman previously. He had run for mayor a couple times, so not a new name. Krista Bakari also put her name in for that seat. It came down to a tiebreaker vote with the mayor. Mayor Vi Lyles chose Edwin Peacock because, well, I can't speak for the mayor, but most likely because Krista Bakari expressed interest even prior to this in running for office, in running for this seat again, as she's doing now. Edwin Peacock had always said, I'm not going to run. I don't want to. There's no rule or law preventing someone who is kind of an interim council person from running again. The reason council wanted that is because you want someone who's focused with such a short time on actually getting stuff done as opposed to campaigning. However, Edwin Peacock is running, but he's running for an at-large seat. So he did technically do what he said he was going to do by not running for District 6, but we were kind of surprised to see him running, period, because that means you're still campaigning, which is what I think council is trying to avoid. Speaking of at-large seats, let's take a look at that real quick. This is kind of looking the way I expected. Dimple Ajmira, Victoria Watlington, Luana Mayfield, and James Mitchell Jr. or Smudgy are all in the lead with about 22 to 20% of the vote so far, and then Edwin Peacock is trailing them at around 7% of the vote. Not shocking, because he is running as a Republican in an at-large seat in Charlotte, which historically does not do very well. In fact, the last person to win an at-large seat as a Republican was him in his first tenure on council more than a decade ago at this point. So still, again, I'm going to refresh one more time just in case, because you never know. Oh, yeah. Of course, they updated. All right, it's back to, now I have to start from the beginning. Oh my gosh. No. All right.
So yes, we have. So well, I mean, you know, we're going to have these numbers rolling in throughout the night. So I won't make you go back to the beginning.
I'm going to make us do one more.
Okay,
Sorry,
go ahead.
Just for me.
Yes.
The sales tax is looking a lot closer now.
Okay.
So we've got 8% of the votes in so far, or 8% of potential ballots cast. 54% for, 45% against. So that is interesting. As we expected, things are getting a little bit tighter. But yeah,
well, they've already counted. I mean, you add quick math, 35,000 plus 29,000. They've almost tabulated nearly 75,000 ballots already. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, this is really a serious. I mean,
it's fast work. I appreciate all of our poll workers who are out there, and elections officials. Could not do this night without them, and just so appreciative of their service, not only to this democracy, but to the folks who have voted today. And hopefully, you were one of those. We're talking about infrastructure is the big discussion, and it will be interesting to see, because as I said, in Lancaster County, where I live, there's a lot of infrastructure discussions happening, and one particular is about Lancaster Highway and opening up that roadway. Yeah. So we're seeing a lot of these ballot making decisions that will obviously appear on these numbers here throughout the night. I do see Abigail Spanberger, Governor-elect Abigail Spanberger, speaking now in Virginia. Seems like she's taking a victory speech. Let's go to this now live.
Thank you all so much. My fellow Virginians, tonight we sent a message. We sent a message to every corner of the Commonwealth, a message to our neighbors and our fellow Americans across the country. We sent a message to the whole world that in 2025, Virginia chose pragmatism over partisanship. We chose our Commonwealth over chaos. You all chose leadership that will focus relentlessly on what matters most: lowering costs, keeping our communities safe, and strengthening our economy for every Virginian. Leadership that will focus on problem solving, not stoking division. We chose leadership that will always put Virginia first. And Virginia, I cannot wait to get to work for you. Tonight we turned a page. We turned that page by listening to our neighbors, focusing on practical results, laying out a clear agenda, and leading with decency and determination. To everyone who helped us achieve this win, from the bottom of my heart, I thank you. I thank you for the trust that you have placed in me, and it is the honor of my lifetime to be elected the 75th governor of the Commonwealth. I would like to thank my opponent for a hard-fought race, the Lieutenant Governor's story, her military service, and her years of service here in Virginia deserve our respect and our gratitude, and I ask that you join me in wishing her and her family well. I also know that those who were supporting my opponent are disappointed today. And to those Virginians who did not vote for me, I want you to know that my goal and my intent is to serve all Virginians. And that means that I will listen to you, I will work for you and with you. That is the approach that I've taken throughout my entire career. I have worked with anyone and everyone, regardless of political party, to deliver results for the people that I serve. And that's because I believe in this idea that there is so much more that unites us as Virginians and as Americans than divides us. And I know in my heart that we can unite for Virginia's future, and we can set an example for the rest of the nation. Our founders understood this from the very beginning. They didn't choose to call Virginia a Commonwealth by accident. They chose it to signify that our government would be based on the power of the people united for a common good. Not for a political party, not for a president, not for a monarch, but for a common good, together. And tonight, Virginia proved that that tradition is alive and well. We are still a Commonwealth in every sense of the word. We are built on the things we share, not the things that pull us apart. And I am proud that our campaign earned votes from Democrats, Republicans, independents, and everyone in between. That's the Virginia I know, that's the Virginia I love, and that's the Virginia I will have the honor of serving as your next governor. I want to thank so many people for the support that they have given to our campaign. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your support. To our tireless volunteers, to those who believed in me, thank you. Thank you for devoting your time, your energy, and your conviction to this campaign. Thank you for braving the weather, the heat, and then the cold, and then the rain, and then the sun. It's Virginia after all. Thank you. Thank you for talking to your neighbors about the importance of this race. Thank you for recognizing that when we went person to person engaging, that we could bring people not just into supporting our campaign, but into engaging in our democracy. Thank you. We won this race because of you. To our campaign team, you're the best in the country. Every single member of our team, every single one of you, you work tirelessly for the change, the progress, the policies, the connection, and the respect that you want to see in our communities. Thank you for working so hard. Thank you for giving people hope. Thank you for knocking on doors in the sweltering heat. Thank you for showing kindness. Thank you for showing up in every corner of Virginia. Thank you for diving deep on policy. Thank you for capturing moments and the essence of our campaign. Thank you for reaching voters everywhere. And thank you for believing that Virginia could and would send a hopeful and joyful message tonight. Thank you for giving everything to this campaign and then some. And thank you to my family. To my husband, Adam. My partner in everything, I love you with my whole heart. I am grateful for you. And it is very strange to declare my love for you in front of millions of people. But every adventure we have ever been on has been worth it because you have been by my side. I love you. I'm grateful for you. And I cannot wait to see what the next couple of years bring. To my daughters, Claire, Charlotte, and Catherine, you inspire me and motivate me every single day. Everything I do to build a better future for you and for all of Virginia's children, and I am so proud of you every single day. I am lucky to be your mother. And Catherine, you did not clean your room today as you promised me.
I'm working on it.
She's working on it. If I was working on it, we wouldn't have won this election, okay? To my sisters, my dearest and earliest friends, I love you. I love you, I love you, I love you. To my friends who have traveled from around the world to be here with me today, thank you. Thank you for making me who I am, and thank you for always believing in me. And to my parents, I love you. Thank you for leading by example every day. And I know that today is a day that you all could have never imagined. But you taught me the importance of service to others and relentless hard work. And Mama, when I think about your life, from the time spent in foster care to putting yourself through nursing school and the challenges along the way, you made clear to us that to whom much is given, much is expected. And you have given me so much, born of your own struggles and your own challenges, and I know much is expected. And Dad, thank you for your example of service and tireless devotion to family and country. Nothing has made me prouder than to follow in your footsteps, so many steps along the way. I love you. I've talked a lot throughout this campaign about the importance of service and how it's shaped my life and my approach to public office, and that all came from my parents. But this commitment to service, it is not unique to my family. It's ingrained in so many of Virginia's families. It is part of Virginia's story. Here in Virginia, this is where American democracy was born and where we are still working to perfect it today, where James Madison built the framework for our Constitution to protect us from tyranny, where Washington and Jefferson fought to establish a government of, by, and for the people. It is also the place where Barbara Johns, a 16-year-old student from Farmville, led a walkout of students that became part of the Brown versus the Board of Education case to integrate public schools. Barbara Johns never gave up, and she showed us that no matter your age, you can be part of the change and the progress that you want to see here in Virginia and across the nation. We are a nation founded on ideas, but we are a country where it is up to us, the citizens, who must put those ideas into action. It is us, the citizens, who work to make the change and progress and build upon the foundations laid out over so many years. And Virginia, now it is our time to lead. Tonight, it's hard not to reflect on the nearly 2-year journey that we've taken together on this campaign. And just a few minutes ago, Adam said to our daughters, "Your mom's going to be the governor of Virginia." And I can guarantee those words have never been spoken in Virginia ever before. It's a big deal that the girls and the young women I have met along the campaign trail now know with certainty that they can achieve anything. It's a big deal to the women older than I am who forged the path in dreams, hard work, and in a belief that change and progress would be possible so that so many of us could follow in their footsteps in any career, in any role, in any challenge. The history Virginia is making tonight, it is yours. And I thank those who have come before me, and Mary Sue Terry in particular. She was the first woman elected statewide in Virginia. And because of her and the continued work of so many, there will be many more women to come for generations to come. So now that the campaign is over, the real work begins, because this was never about just winning an election. It was about what comes next. It's about the governing. Virginia voters made our choice tonight, and that choice was loud and clear. We are going to work to lower costs of renting, buying, or staying in your home. We are going to...
All right, folks, we're going to pivot away from this live feed in Virginia as you see a celebration there at that watch party for Democrat Abigail Spanberger, who is projected now to have defeated the Republican opponent in the Virginia governorship race, Winsome Earl Sears, apparently flipping control, also setting her up to be the first woman to lead the state. We'll have much more if we're able to get back to that feed. But here in the Charlotte area, we want to talk about some of the local races. By the way, Vanessa Rufus taking over for Colin Mayfield. We want to bring in our Julie Kay, who's been following some of the Charlotte races and also the referendum, which is a hot topic we've been talking about for weeks and maybe months and months and months at this point.
Oh yeah.
And it's coming down to it. You're getting some results and you're looking at the numbers right now.
I feel like a kid refreshing a page waiting to find out what, like, if they made the volleyball team. Like, I'm just constantly over and over again.
A lot of lead up to this.
A lot
and this is the
of
night.
suspense. So we've got about, oh gosh, how many in total? About 27% of precincts have been reported. We also have our mail-in ballots, early voting, that kind of stuff has come in here. So still a long ways to go, because watching these precincts come in, there's 195 in total. Got a while to go, so just be aware that these are all very preliminary for those who are watching. Sales tax has been my biggest thing that I've been following. Right now, about 54% of people are for the sales tax. That's 49,000 ballots. That is a significant number. 45 against. So this is the one I've been watching most closely. The first kind of couple ballots that came in from early voting and mail-in ballots looked a little bit more intensely in favor of it passing, and now we're kind of getting closer to an even split, which is, if you go talk to your voters, I mean, that was kind of, this is reflective of what I saw at the polls, of more of a 50-50 kind of split.
Yeah, that was definitely one where I feel like in a reporting in the weeks leading up to this, it was really hard to get a gauge of what the general overall thought was, because it was, kind of to your point, it did feel 50-50 when we would ask folks on the street, if you will, or voters coming out of the polls, that, people didn't really have a firm stance, like, as a community, unified as one.
A very individual firm stances,
yes,
but not as a whole. And it wasn't even like, I would go to different polling locations and it would be the same thing. And it wasn't, again, like, oh yeah, like, I'm a Democrat, so I voted blue down the ballot. This is not necessarily a partisan issue. This is a really personal thing for a lot of people and how they feel about it. And so been really interesting to see. That's the one I'm most interested in, and I think it's going to be the tightest race. I had suspected that, but these numbers are confirming it for sure. Moving on to the mayor's race, of course, it's the biggest seat, so people are really intrigued by it. Vi Lyles right now with 70% of the vote. Not surprising. We kind of expected her to be reelected at this point after she won the primary. This for her 5th term, assuming things go this direction, continue to. Terry Donovan is the Republican candidate. She is behind at 25%, and Rob Yates, the Libertarian, at 3%. The thing we're really looking forward for here is the margins compared to years prior.
Yeah.
I think because she's been under a lot of heat, as we've both covered pretty extensively in the wake of the murder of Irina Zarutska, and just the decisions that council made with safety, or the city made with safety after that, and even prior to that with the handling of the settlement with CPD Chief Johnny Jennings. So she's been under a lot of fire over the last year or so, really, last 8 months in particular. And so I think just watching to see if those margins are closer than we've seen in her prior 4 terms.
Yeah, no, I mean, speaking of the margins, I think the other race that I was kind of interested to see how it would play out is actually the city council at large.
Yeah.
Mostly because you have Edwin Peacock III, who we know filled the District 6 spot for a bit, and he got that position by saying he wasn't going to seek re-election, and he didn't for that seat, but now going for an at-large. But a Republican who isn't trailing that far behind the Democratic candidates.
Yeah, and typically this is not at large for a Republican is not an easy win in Charlotte. The last person to do it was him over a decade ago for his first bout on city council. I'm glad you brought up, we were just talking with Colin about the District 6 seat and how he was appointed to fill in the interim for Tarek Bakari, who left to join the Trump administration and then left the Trump administration, so lots of moving parts going on there. But he said that he did not want to run for that seat again, which is what the majority of council was looking for. they have to choose someone when someone leaves like that that is of the same party and in the same district, so it had to be a Republican in District 6. Now, like you said, he did not do what, he stuck by his word on that front of not running for District 6 again, but by running in an at-large seat, I don't know that that's what they meant. I think that they were looking for someone who wasn't going to be campaigning, period.
Yeah.
And so I think that's where people felt a little bit misled, but he didn't lie, but he just did... it did surprise some people, I think, when he made that choice. Krista Bakari, Tark Bakari's wife, also put her name in for that seat. It came down to a tiebreaker with Mayor Vi Lyles. She's the one who chose Edwin Peacock in that tiebreaker vote. So turning to District 6, Krista Bakari, from the jump, was clear that she wanted to run for this position full time. She is right now, I'm going to refresh one more time because it's been getting me. As I've been talking, results have come in and thrown off my whole thing. All right, refreshed, everything is as expected. District 6, Krista Bakari is still trailing at this point Kimberly Owens, the Democrat. That's really interesting.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, even, I know you're talking about like refreshing the page.
Yeah.
Even if at any point I felt like, earlier, now we're getting into the evening, but if she were trailing early on, that would still be something that is on the radar going, whoa, that feels a little different.
I mean, from all
for that district.
Yeah, for all the information I have, I haven't looked back years and years, but I'm pretty confident that if Kimberly were to win, she'd be the first Democrat in the seat. So that would be a huge flip. Now, we've seen close elections before, like even with Tark Bakari. I believe he was against Stephanie Hand at that point, and it was within a few hundred votes that he won. So it's not unheard of for it to be close, but there's not just a lot of Republicans compared to other districts in Charlotte, but a lot of unaffiliateds. We've talked about, the makeup of this district. This is South Park is a huge portion of it. So think about a lot of families paying pretty high taxes that don't want to deal with it at the city level too, maybe necessarily. So it would be really interesting if this was the year that it flipped blue. So definitely, as I mentioned, still very early, only 20% or 27% of precincts reported, but it's looking, very promising early on for Kimberly Owens.
Yeah, and you know what? I think about it a bit more, what you just mentioned about the thoughts about South Park and demographic and how folks tend to vote there in general, for that community. We had that forum, the candidate forums that, have been in recent days.
Yeah.
Kimberly Owens went to the forum. Krista Bakari did not attend that forum to speak to the public. But I remember in that forum, Kimberly Owens talking about, she's like, I think folks would be surprised to know that there are people who, would vote for a Democrat. Yeah. I mean, more or less, I'm paraphrasing very much here, but, in that area, in that district. So she, not to say she was overly confident or anything like that, but she felt like she had a chance.
I'm really glad you brought up that forum because the Sarah Stevenson Forum is a very historic and politically important forum. It's where we've seen a lot of the races develop, even not just this year, but prior to this. This year in particular, though, we've seen a lot of moments that have been really the headlines of each of these races. Of course, Krista Bakari not showing up is quite the snub, and that was the headline there. I do think that's an interesting race, too, because it's two women that have never held public office. However, Krista Bakari is not necessarily a political newcomer in the same sense.
Yeah.
She's applied for multiple things. She has ran for multiple offices, whereas Kimberly Owens is a very experienced lawyer, but has not had any experience running for office, to my knowledge, prior to this. So they're different in that regard, too, of just how, not necessarily experience, because neither of them have held office, but just in terms of name recognition, you know? But Krista Bakari, of course, has been associated with some of the other drama with her husband and the police chief. And so there's all sorts of layers to this that I'm not sure we'll know tonight. Even if we know the winner, we're not going to know exactly what the pinpointed thing was that pushed it either way.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking over some of the other, races. I know we were talking a lot about District 3. I don't know if I'm seeing too many surprises there, but it is interesting to know who potentially could be filling in this role that is also kind of like an embattled type of.
Yes.
seat.
District 3, we stopped talking about it for a second when Tijuana Brown lost the primary to Joy Mayo, who is now leading with 74% of the vote so far.
Yeah.
She does have a Republican challenger and an unaffiliated challenger. However, it's looking pretty good for her now. The reason we kind of stopped talking about it was Tijuana Brown kind of was the headline for a while. Of course, she's still facing that federal indictment, accused of misusing COVID PPP loans, things that were supposed to be going towards her business. She's accused of misusing them on things like a birthday party and stuff like that. Her daughters are also accused of that. Again, innocent until proven guilty. She still has to go through trial. But that was a huge discussion, too, of, well, she can't technically run again because she has not been convicted of anything. However, if she is convicted, because the trial would happen if she were reelected during her term, we'd then have to go through another thing we just went with District 6, because she would no longer be allowed to hold a public office at that point if you have a federal indictment. And so, or a federal charge that you've been convicted of. So that was a really interesting seat. Looking at it right now, like I said, 74% for Joy Mayo, 15% for James Bowers. I remember when I talked to him at the polls when he signed up, he said something along the lines of, maybe this is the thing that will push District 3 in a different direction. So it doesn't look to be going that way so far for him, but definitely a seat to watch in general.
Indeed. We know you'll be watching it closely. Thank you for coming in to check in with us. And of course, come on back whenever you see anything popping on the numbers.
We'll be here. I'll be here hanging out.
We appreciate it. All right, Julie K., thank you. Folks, we want to get over to Louisville right now as we speak. There's an update from officials. This is regarding, unfortunately, what we're learning is now a deadly plane crash, and dozens more hurt. So let's listen in right now.
An Alert 3 call regarding UPS flight number 2976, an MD-11 cargo plane that took off en route to Honolulu, Hawaii. Flight 2976 had a total number of 3 souls on board. Flight 2976 departed runway 17 right and went down 3 miles south of the airfield. I can confirm a total number of 4 fatalities and 11 injured that were transported to local hospitals at this time. These numbers can increase as the investigation continues with partnerships of local, state, and federal investigators. Here at the airport at this time, runway 1129 is open, and all departing flights have been canceled for tonight. We're asking anyone who is traveling out of SDF Airport tonight and tomorrow, they should contact their airline for flight status. We are also asking the public, if they were to find any debris in the area, to please avoid touching this debris and report the debris. As well, they can take photographs to the following website, which is louisvilleky.gov/emergency services. We are asking everyone to please follow the airport's X page at Fly Louisville for additional updates. We will not be providing any questions at this time as this investigation continues. I'm going to turn it over here.
Thank you, Joey Myman from the City of Louisville Emergency Management. Just a quick update from the one that we did earlier. We have reduced, due to a substantial amount of air monitoring in the area, we have reduced the footprint of the shelter-in-place to 1 mile. So that's good news, for the people that live outside of that. But we encourage people to still stay alert, to still monitor social media, and to sign up for our Lens Alert, our Louisville Emergency Notification System. We used initially with this the Integrated Public Alert and Warning System, which we use, for dire emergencies such as what the city faced tonight. But as the night goes on, we will not use that outside of that 1 mile area. So we encourage people to sign up for Lens Alert. If it expands, we will issue that again. We will expand it as needed, and we're going to continue to send people downrange even outside of that 1 mile to make sure that they're not getting any kind of adverse readings. You may get an odor. There is an odor in the air, but right now, again, with particulate monitoring as well as air monitoring, they're not getting any adverse readings. So please make sure you sign up for our Lens Alert. Also, one of the things we did, again, set up a Family Assistance Center, 2911 Taylor Boulevard at Louisville Metro Police Training Center, and you can call the Family Assistance hotline if you have any questions or need any assistance. That number is 800-631-0604. That's 800-631-0604. Thank you.
We will have another press conference at 10:30. The mayor will be here for that one. I'm not sure we'll have a lot more information, but if we do have some updates, we'll provide it at that time. Again, 10:30, the mayor will be here. I also want to say thank you guys for getting the word out. It's really important that we get as much information out as we can about if you find debris, don't touch it, report it, and where the family area is. So thank you. We'll see you again at 10:30.
Did you take any questions?
No.
All right, so you heard there the bigger headline that we took away from that update. Unfortunately, it looks like there is yet another person who is dead because of this plane crash in Louisville. Death toll now up to 4, and it sounds like 11 others are injured. However, officials kind of preparing folks for the potential that those numbers could possibly rise as the evening goes on and potentially the days go on. So at 10:30, that's the next update they shared. We'll be here on Live Impact, live, of course, when that happens, and we'll try to take you there as soon as we can once that briefing starts. It's time for a quick break meantime. So we'll be back in 2 minutes here on Live Impact News. We'll have the very latest, not only on the plane crash as we get more information, but also election night. We have some potential updates to share in just a couple minutes. Thanks for sticking with us. All right, folks, thanks so much for sticking with us here on Live Impact News. I'm Vanessa Rufus. Of course, we are keeping an eye on election results, not only here in the Charlotte area, North Carolina, but also nationwide, because we got some races. Of course, some have already been with projected winners. We talked about the Virginia governor's race. Speaking of Virginia, we want to talk about just several moments ago, another projection made, NBC News, with Virginia State Senator Ghazala Hashmi becoming now the first Muslim American woman to be elected to statewide office in the United States with her victory in the state's lieutenant governor's race. So that is a projection once again by NBC News. And this does come after another historic victory, which we covered here within the last hour on Live Impact. Comes the same night as Abigail Spanberger was projected as the winner in the governor's race, making her the first woman elected governor in that state. We're also keeping an eye on New York City mayor. Of course, we've got some of those numbers coming in at this point. We've got a little bit more time to wait until we can actually share, potential update on that front, but we are watching that. New Jersey, Some interesting news that we're seeing there. We know polls have since closed, but there were 3 sites we just learned within the last couple of minutes that had to stay open an extra hour because of bomb threats that were earlier in today. That was Passaic County, New Jersey. So we will keep an eye on any numbers coming in on that front. Of course, New York City mayor and California redistricting. That's also a major headline we're watching this evening. With that, we've got some other headlines we're keeping an eye on, as well as commentary coming from the White House today. I want to check in with the latest briefing today from Caroline Leavitt, White House press secretary. Let's listen in.
Good afternoon, everybody. Nice to see you on this beautiful fall afternoon. We are now on day 35 of the Democrat government shutdown. The Democrats' obstructionism will break the record for the longest government shutdown in American history tonight. The Democrats are intentionally hurting American families, workers, and businesses with this shutdown to fight for free health care for illegal aliens and to appease their radical left-wing base. And it's a total disgrace. This past weekend, Americans traveling to weddings, funerals, vacations, and meetings faced significant flight disruptions at airports across the country because of staffing shortages. On Sunday alone, more than 5,000 flights traveling to and from U.S. airports were delayed. Since the Democrat shutdown began, 4 times as many staffing shortages have been reported at air traffic control facilities compared to last year. TSA checkpoint wait times ballooned past 3 hours at Houston's George Bush Intercontinental Airport, with some passengers enduring up to 5 hours in line. At nearby William P. Hobby Airport in Texas, security wait times are routinely exceeding 1 hour. More than 13,000 air traffic controllers are continuing to work without pay. Because of the Democrats, these men and women who keep our airspace safe and moving will miss a second paycheck in a row this Friday if Democrats refuse to open the government. Let me be clear to our incredible air traffic controllers across the country. President Trump and Republicans want you to get your paychecks. They want you to be paid. Please call on your Democrat senators and tell them to side with President Trump and Republicans to vote to reopen the government. Our nation's 4 largest airlines, United, Delta, American, and Southwest, have now all endorsed the Republican, nonpartisan, clean funding bill to end the government shutdown. Major unions, collectively representing tens of thousands of pilots, have also joined the airlines in calling on Democrats to pass the clean, nonpartisan CR. The travel industry is also imploring Democrats to end the shutdown and reopen the government. Nearly 500 companies and groups in the travel business, including casinos, hotels, and convention bureaus, signed a public letter warning that America's travel economy has already lost $4 billion due to this Democrat shutdown, and they have called for the Republican CR to be passed, saying Americans expect and deserve a fully functioning federal government during the peak holiday travel season. Never before have we seen private industry and union leadership so unified on the same issue, rallying behind Republicans in such a vocal way. The Democrats have completely lost the plot. They are endangering the safety, prosperity, and livelihoods of millions of Americans. It's well past time Democrats do what they did 13 times under Joe Biden and pass the clean funding bill extension. All we need are 5 Democrat senators.
Hey, folks, we're going to break in here to bring you some election updates, potentially here. We've got the Republican candidate for New York City Mayor Curtis Sliwa speaking to reporters right now. He's making some sort of statement, so let's go ahead and listen in.
Versus them. From the time I declared my candidacy, the masters of the universe, the billionaires, decided that I should not have the right to represent all of you, to be the voice of the voiceless, the working class people who are the backbone of this city. So the billionaires and the insiders and the influencers continue to put the pressure on to say, Curtis, you don't have the right to run. We will determine who the next mayor is. And you remember what I told them. No, no, no. And then they bribed me as much as $10 million. And I'll never forget, my great wife Nancy was listening to that final call when a person said to me, "Come on, Curtis, everybody has a price." Well, guess what? We don't have a price. You can't buy us, rent us, lease us. We are not for sale. We are the people. So, we have a mayor-elect. Obviously, I wish him good luck, because if he does well, we do well. But I will tell you this. We have spent 2 years organizing this movement. It's not just Republicans or Democrats or independents. It's animal lovers. It's people who've been disenfranchised. People who have been pushed to the side, whose voices have not been heard. The homeless, the emotionally disturbed, the veterans, the people who ride the subways. We've been with them each and every day. And we will not surrender. We will not retreat. We will not leave the city of New York. We will improve. We will not move. And let me warn our new leader, if you try to implement socialism, if you try to render our police weak and impotent, if you forsake the people's public safety, we're not only organizing, but we are mobilizing, and we will become the mayor-elect and his supporters' worst enemies, worst nightmare. Yes. We, the people, will always be united. That's right. That's right. We, the people, will always be united. That has been our quest from day one. Some of the most powerful people in the world mobilized to silence us and to tell people, don't vote for Curtis Sliwa. Don't vote for you, the people. Vote for Andrew Cuomo. They tried to bribe me out of this race. The best thing I have in this entire world is my lovely wife, Nancy. Like so many other New Yorkers who dedicated her life to rescuing animals in distress. And yet, some of the most powerful people in the world made fun of Nancy and me for what we do. To care for animals, to care for people, that's the humanitarian thing to do. That's not political. That's what people should be doing for other people. So although the most powerful people in the world turned others against us, in this time where we could have saved the city, we will continue our mission. We're not leaving to Florida or Georgia or North Carolina or South Carolina, Texas or Tennessee. We stay, we fight for what we know is right. Never surrender. We improve, we don't move. This movement continues on in the subways, in the streets, in the neighborhoods, where all of you, the people, are from. And we will continue to fight, 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 fight. And tonight, those people who think they're powerful and think we're powerless will understand that the people have spoken. One person, one vote. And now we will hold the mayor-elect to make sure that he serves all the people and that socialism does not replace capitalism. Law and order must be imposed to keep our city safe and secure. We want everybody to know if you're young or old, you can stay in New York, you can prosper, you can live the American dream. I swear to all of you, on behalf of my wife Nancy, myself, and everybody who made this effort possible, we will continue on. They have not stopped us. They have not silenced our voices. We will prevail in honor of our parents and grandparents. The tradition of America will grow and prevail and prosper, and it will be we the people who will be successful. I want to thank my campaign team that has been magnificent, comprised of millennials and Gen Zers. James Perone, who's been our campaign manager. Outstanding. Some of the young men and women who are part of our social networking team, which, as you can see, has really put our message forward. I want to thank Rob Cole, who's been our senior campaign organizer. I want to thank the chairman and chairwomen of the 5 counties of New York City, the Republican leaders who stood by my side and did not bend or bow to the pressure that was coming from up high. And I hope by tonight's tally, we will see a number of our Republicans down ballot who are elected into office to be the checks and balances to the Democrats who are the majority. And I really hope that people will have heard us, and on the back of the ballot, the initiative and referendum will have voted no, no, no to the city of yes, which is going to destroy your residential quality of life. So understand this. This is a setback tonight, but this is what democracy is about. Yeah. One person, one vote. Amen. They may have won this battle, but we're going to continue the fight. We will not leave. We will fight, 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 and win at the ballot box in the future. Thank you for coming tonight. Thank you for being there in support. Thank you to Governor George Pataki, who's been a supporter.
All right, Republican candidate for New York City Mayor Curtis Sliwa there, sounding like a concession speech at this point, with promises to his followers there and supporters that he would fight in the future at the ballot box, in his words. This, as NBC News has officially projected now, Zohran Mamdani, the Democrat in that race, to be the winner of the race with just under 50% of the vote, essentially 49.6%. Andrew Cuomo running as an independent, 41.6% of the vote, and Curtis Sliwa there with just under 8% of the vote. We got some big updates to share on other fronts, also in the Northeast and back here in the Charlotte area, so stick with us. We will have more for you in 2 minutes. We're going to take a quick break. Thanks for sticking with us on Live Impact News. All right, folks, election night here on Live Impact News. I'm Vanessa Rufus. We have some updates to share. We want to start local here because, of course, we're keeping an eye on a lot of races, specifically in the Charlotte area, because we've got a lot of hot topics folks are talking about. Julie Kay is here. That District 6 race.
I know.
It's coming down to it.
Yeah, and you pointed out that you can, I can expand further and see how many precincts of District 6 are left, and only I think 3 left at this point. So it's, Kimberly Owens has a 56% lead, 15,000 plus votes. Krista Bakari with 11.6 thousand votes, 42% of the vote. That's a pretty big spread. I don't know that can be made up in 3 precincts. So that's a really tight race, and if it stays this way, that would be, I believe, the first Democrat to take this district, at least in recent years, which would be a huge change for the makeup of City Council.
Yeah, and we talked about this before, just some of the interest around this race in the sense of the name recognition for Krista Bakari, her husband formerly holding this seat before he stepped down to take a role with the Trump administration and eventually left that position. And he even said, after he left the Transit Authority position, that he was going to dedicate his time going forward to getting Krista Bakari elected to this seat.
Yeah, and I do wonder about some of those internal decisions, like not showing up for the Sarah Stevenson Forum, which we talked about a few minutes ago. Kimberly Owens, her Democratic challenger, did show up, and that gave her kind of an unfiltered, unchallenged platform. Of course, she answered questions from constituents and from the forum itself, but she didn't have any tension with Krista Bakari. She didn't have anything to push back on. So that just gave her a clear path to show people what she's about. And it's an interesting choice from Krista Bakari, but a lot of history in this seat, not just, from years of being a Republican-led seat, but also just in the last year. Whoever wins, and I know it's looking really good for Kimberly Owens, but whoever wins will be the third person to hold the seat in a year, because Tarek Bakari left the seat. Edwin Peacock, who's running at large, is filling in the interim.
Mm-hmm.
And whoever wins between Krista and Kimberly will be next. So this all happened very back to back to back. A lot of turnover for this seat, but also that's kind of representative of this district. South Park is one that's grown a lot of development in that area. And so things are constantly changing there too. Interesting to think about in terms of, why this particular district might want to change right now, whether that's because they are leaning more blue or because they wanted to change from, the Bakaris, who have, this would have put them, in the position again. So I'm not sure exactly what it is that's putting us in this position, but it's really interesting to watch.
Yeah. Well, and speaking of Edwin Peacock, it looks like he still remains just outside of that top 4 that you would need to get an at-large city council seat. I really haven't seen a lot of budging with those numbers either. Too much with the percentages.
Yep, and we just got we're now 84% of precincts reported, so I just refreshed. Yeah, and it is in order: Dimple Ajmira, Victoria Watlington, James Mitchell, or Smudgy, as most people know him, and Lawana Mayfield are the top 4, between 20 and 18% of the votes, whereas Edwin Peacock is trailing behind a little over 10% of the vote. And then there's another Republican candidate who's trailing behind him as well. So it's at this point not looking great for him. There's still quite a few precincts left, but there's only 15% of them left, so I don't know how much ground he can make up. It's not typical for a Republican to get elected at large in Charlotte. Very blue-leaning city in general, but the last one to do it was him, so if anyone was going to do it, and he especially has been in this position recently, kind of getting his name back out there, probably would have been him. So definitely something to watch as well, but it looks like multiple changes being made, even in terms of just the makeup of city council. Like I said, it's pretty typical that District 7 and District 6 are the 2 Republicans in recent years. Ed Driggs, of course, at this point is not facing any challengers, so he's good to go in District 7, but he might be the only Republican on Charlotte City Council when we come back.
Yeah. Really interesting. Of course, the sales tax for transit is a hot topic. Still looks like the 4 is slightly leading here.
Slightly leading, but I will say every time more precincts get added, it gets closer.
Yeah.
But I don't know that they can make up enough ground to flip the position. It's been in the lead. The people who are voting for the sales tax to go into place has been in the lead pretty much the whole time. Right now it's at just below 53% versus 47% against. So it's a close one, which is what we expected and kind of what we heard from people at the polls. I know that there is a Yes for MEC event where they're going to talk after the results are finalized, and we have a photographer there to see what they have to say. So I'll be really interested to see if they address, assuming it stays like this and it passes, if they address how close this was, because I don't know if until recent months people were expecting it to be this tight.
Yeah. Well, I just think back to, and I know you and I have spoken about this, you know, as we've been talking on the stream in recent weeks about the debate over this topic, and just how there's so many question marks in general. You have to kind of, if you're trying to sell the public on this, if you will, you don't just have to sell them on what the actual, you know, referendum is. Like, okay, so we're going to raise the sales tax here, we're going to fund these projects, but also there are kind of ways that you can't really sell the public on this, in the sense that we don't know everyone who's going to be on the board making the decisions yet. There's still a lot that's up in the air about how things are actually going to be executed should this referendum pass.
So honestly, and I haven't gotten into that much tonight because it's been so close, but we're getting to the point where I'm like, well, it's looking like it might pass.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, that opens the door for, okay, all these hypotheticals of what happens now, which I have touched on and we've definitely talked about it, but I'm like, oh, that becomes real. A whole lot more work opens up going forward if this is to pass. And that is a tight timeline for City Council as well, because per the PAVE Act, the legislation which allowed this to be on our ballot, period, from the state legislature, says that the Metropolitan Transit Authority needs to be in place by January 1st. So that gives them, 2 months barely to interview people and choose who's going to be on it.
Yeah.
And I think they're actually intending to start even sooner. So council is expected, as if all goes to plan, they've already been accepting applications. They will be doing interviews on that next week. Those will be publicly streamed, and so that'll be really interesting to watch, especially as a current council member who did not win re-election in the primary is running for that now. So kind of adds another layer to it. But yeah, this opens up, if it is to pass, a whole other can of worms of, okay, now what? This is still a 30-year plan that these people on this board would have to decide, and so this is honestly just as big of a decision almost, who's going to be on this board, compared to, are we going to do this at all?
Yeah.
Something I want to bring to your guys' attention right now. Here's a map. In green are the precincts that have reported, and not green are the precincts that haven't. We're still waiting on about 30 to come in. As we try to predict, and obviously this is just hearsay at this point, but it is interesting to me that there are still a lot of those northern precincts that haven't reported back in. Those northern precincts more likely to have people who would use the red line and benefit from the grandiose of this transit tax than those on, say, the left or the right. But I'll also tell you, on the right over there, they really don't like the transit tax. They're not fans of it. Mayor John Hingden and Matthews and those folks were very, very strong critics of it. So it could be very, very tight when all is said and done.
Yeah. Really interesting call out.
I'm really glad you brought this up, because this kind of puts it in perspective of we don't know which direction it could go.
That was our producer, Jeb Goldman, by the way, the disembodied voice.
Yes, Jeb Goldman, the voice from the sky.
But yeah, very, very interesting. Yeah.
I'm excited to
curious.
See what happens.
Yeah.
Can they hear me?
Yeah, our
Michael,
executive producer just popped in here.
I have a question for Julie. So as I watched the Charlotte, you guys may have just talked about it.
Okay.
As I watched the results come in for Charlotte City Council, does it seem like the Republicans have lost a seat?
Yeah, we were just discussing, it looks like Kimberly Owens at this point. I don't know that I can, break down the numbers. Only 2 more precincts left. And I don't know how many people are in those precincts, but I'd be hard pressed to say that it's possible for Krista Bakari to overcome it at this point. So that is a huge shift in, if that all goes to plan, a huge shift in the way that City Council will operate. Because at that point, assuming everything goes through as well with Edwin Peacock not winning a seat at large, it's just Ed Driggs as the sole Republican. So really interesting.
Right now, the spread we're seeing between percentage, just under 57% for Kimberly Owens, just over 43% for Krista Bakari.
I was asking because if people want to know behind the scenes, I write your script for the 11. I was writing into that. So
Yeah. That was our executive producer, Michael Patterson.
Hi, Michael. This is the behind the scenes of election night. We also had pizza. That's a tradition. So lots going on over here.
Election night pizza, enjoyed by many in the newsroom. Disgruntled for folks in the field who never get to eat the pizza. I've been on both sides of the ticket, by the way. Where
I never get to have
where
it.
you
This is my
never got
first
to
night.
have the pizza, and then emails are going out. Election night pizza's here in the newsroom, and you're like, great. I'm at the candidate watch
Good
party.
for you.
Speaking of which, we are watching a few.
Yeah.
Not here. Well, yeah, you talked about the Yes for MEC, but we're also watching New York City. We've got New Jersey. I don't know if we want to pivot anywhere in those directions, Jeb. Okay. Yeah, we've got Mikey Sherrill. Actually, this is another big headline. Yeah. Okay. The Democrat in the New Jersey governor's race projected to win. So Mikey Sherrill, and we've been watching her watch party, if you will. We have not seen her make an appearance quite yet. We've seen other speakers speaking. And so we will wait to see when she takes the stage. We've got reaction, though, we're seeing from folks, including a former New Jersey Governor Christine Todd Whitman, who served as a Republican, telling NBC News that Mikey Sherrill's election win is terrific for the state. Going on to say it's been a great night for women across the board in Virginia as well, which we've alluded to here, some of the big headlines there with the governorship, as well for other races. She goes on to say, this is terrific for New Jersey. It really is. Whitman notably was New Jersey's first female governor elected in 1994. Jeb, I don't know if we want to listen into this gentleman at all. Okay, let's listen in. Mikey Sherrill's, we presume, victory party at this point. We'll have a listen.
We all know our young people are the future, and it's critical. They have a voice in shaping how the future unfolds. And to the people of New Jersey, thank you for putting your trust in us. Thank you for having the courage to reject division and the faith to believe in a better future. Thank you for never losing hope and for having the grit to make that hope very real. And thank you to Mikey for giving me the honor to stand beside you and serve this incredible state. Together, we are starting the transformation of America and restoring the promise of we the people. Throughout this campaign, I've said my mission is guided by Proverbs 31:8-9, to be a voice for the voiceless and to speak up for the destitute. That is what guiding this fight. We're fighting to make sure that everybody, no matter what you look like, no matter what your orientation is, no matter what color you are, no matter where you're from, no matter how much money you make, no matter who you are, we're here for you. Because we know with Mikey, your family wins. With Mikey, your community wins. With Mikey, unions win. With Mikey, small businesses win. With Mikey, teachers win. With Mikey, we all win. So now I'd like for us to take a moment of silence as we come upon America's 250th anniversary. Let's pause to recognize the importance of this night. So tonight, our state has decided to elect the first Democratic woman to the governor's office. One of the most powerful in the country to send the first black pastor to Trenton as her lieutenant. New Jersey, you have made history once again. Now, I know what powerful movements look like. My father marched arm in arm with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and was on the Edmund Pettus Bridge in Selma at the March on Washington. Service is a way of life that I learned from him. and one of the biggest reasons I said yes to running alongside Mikey. So trust me when I say, tonight we've started a movement. Tens of thousands of New Jerseyans told Trump that we will never stand for his attacks on our communities, and his division and hate has no place in New Jersey. While they try to tear women down, we are sending the first Democratic woman to the governor's office. While they try to silence communities of color, we're sending the first black man to the lieutenant governor's office. While they attack the most vulnerable among us, we are sending a woman who spent her life protecting people and a pastor who spent his life uplifting communities to Trenton. And make no mistake, together we are taking the first steps in breaking their unconstitutional assault on our state and our country. They've had their day. Tomorrow begins a new day, our day. Because New Jersey is strong, New Jersey is independent, and New Jersey will never bow to anyone. And I know Mikey will never bow, just like the strong women leaders who came before her and who embodied service and courage. 37 years ago, I worked as an intern for Karen Elkis in the Camden office of Senator Frank Lautenberg. 22 years ago, I served as a deputy commissioner of the Department of Community Affairs under Susan Bass-Levin. I love working with strong women. And tonight, I could not be more proud to serve with Governor Mikey Sherrill to transform New Jersey for every one of you. As I stand here today, I'm struck by the fact that like Mikey, I don't come from a political family. I'm not a career politician. My parents never held office. My grandparents never held office. In fact, for much of our history, people like us were told not to get involved. We're also told that there was no seat at the table for us. Tonight, I stand here in defiance of that vision of America, in defiance of those who would limit our democracy and silence voices like ours, in defiance of the hate and violence that some are trying to bring back, and in honor of the generations who fought, bled, and died for the right to vote, who fought for we the people. I am living proof that even the wildest dreams can come true, because never in a million years would my grandparents have predicted this for their son. That is the beauty of the American dream. And that is the New Jersey that Mikey and I are fighting for. A New Jersey where our stories are not the exception. A New Jersey where my daughter's dreams and your children's dreams have no limits. And where they have the opportunity to turn those dreams into reality. Tonight, we celebrate that possibility. Tonight, we honor the courage it took to make it real. Tonight, we took one more step towards the promise immortalized in We the People. So thank you, New Jersey, for your trust, your strength, and your belief in what we can do together. I promise we will not let you down. God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started.
All right, folks, that is Dale Caldwell, the running mate for projected New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill. We have not seen Sherrill yet on the stage. We will definitely take you back here to this feed if we see her. Meantime, it is a good time to take a quick break. We'll be back in 2 minutes, folks, on the other side with more of your election updates. Keep in mind, in the next, I'd say, half hour or so, we are expecting yet another update from officials in Louisville regarding that deadly plane crash. Death toll now standing at 4. Sadly, tonight. We'll be back in 2 minutes with more on the other side. Thanks for sticking with us. All right, folks, welcome back to Live Impact News. I'm Vanessa Rufus. It is election night, and it looks like we've got a pretty big update to share on the Charlotte City Council races. Our Julie Kay standing by right now. All the precincts are in for District 6.
Yep, and that is official. Kimberly Owens is the winner of that seat. She'll become the first Democrat to hold that seat, at least in recent history, I believe, ever, knocking out Krista Bakari. She got 43% of the votes. Kimberly Owens with 56% of the votes. Now, this is a huge shift for District 6 in general, as they are historically a Republican district, but also because Tark Bakari, Krista Bakari's husband, was the one who held this seat last term. He left early to go join the Trump administration, then left the Trump administration and said he was going to dedicate his time to helping Krista win her race. Edwin Peacock was doing the interim of that seat. He's now running at large, but he is trailing behind in 5th place right now out of the 4 that will get chosen. So this is a big shakeup, a lot of moving parts in District 6, but this is the biggest change we've seen in a council structure in a while, because this would leave, hypothetically, if all goes as it's looking, with Edwin Peacock just missing the cutoff for at large, Ed Driggs would be the only Republican on city council, and this would be a really different type of representation for District 6, which is South Park is the main part of that area, for those people who don't know, but that is a huge change.
Yeah, and I mean, it is interesting to see that dynamic. The other interesting dynamic we're watching is with the sales tax, because it looks like we've got even more precincts reporting on that front too. And my eyes might be deceiving me. It looks like it is narrowing just a little bit between the for and against.
Just a little bit, yeah. 52% or so for, 47% or so against. Now, we've got about 88% of precincts in total reported. Remember, we need every precinct for that, because this is all Mecklenburg County that gets to vote on it. But as Jeb pointed out earlier, the map of the ones that are still coming in are the ones on the east side, which were very against it, as they were not going to get the Silver Line light rail that they initially expected to get. They were instead, Matthews Mayor John Higdon, who's doing well in his race as well, said, you know, a bus system, which is what they're going to get, an expansion of a bus route, is not the same economic expansion as what they will get with the Red Line light rail up to our northern counties, which are the other ones that still have not finished reporting yet. And so two areas of the county, excuse me, that have very strong opinions on the sales tax, that would both be most impacted by the sales tax, are the ones left. But from where I'm sitting, I'm pretty confident that we haven't seen the sales tax flip from, you know, for being in the lead at any point today. So
yeah,
it's looking very good for Yes for Mech, which we have a photographer at their press conference right now. And we're waiting to see if they're going to make any, you know, announcements anytime soon. But it's looking very good, although it's looking very close. And I think that is a big piece of the story here. It's not just yes or no. Whoever wins, whichever side wins, almost half the county is going to be upset about it.
Yeah, I mean, we heard on the folks who were kind of opponents of this, a wide range of reasons, but, you know, we heard, this is just asking folks on the street, literally, you know, how'd you vote and why did you do so? People concerned with more cost, you know, it's just another cost. Some folks concerned with whether, you know, it'd be fair or not to everybody in the county as far as, you know, the services that it would bring to people. So it is interesting. Any other updates to share? I know it's kind of, we're seeing some of the races play out more or less how we would expect them at this point. You know, mayor's race, that looks like that's going to be pretty locked up at this point.
Yeah, and again, I'm in no position to be calling races.
Yeah.
But just from my vantage point with this percentage, it doesn't look like, it looks very good for Joy Mayo in District 3, as we expected, but I don't think that James Bowers, the Republican in the race, has, there's any way numerically for him to make up ground that he has lost on her there. It looks good for Mayor Vi Lyles with 85,000 votes, 69% of the votes. Terry Donovan, the Republican candidate, has 26%, and then Rob Yates, the Libertarian, at about 3%. So everything is going as expected. Everything looks pretty comfortable, other than the sales tax, which is really the one that's dicey.
All right. Thank you for the updates. We will check in just a little bit. Folks, it looks like we do have that New Jersey feed up and running with the victory speech at this point for Mikey Sherrill, projected winner of the New Jersey governor's race. Let's listen in.
Clearly, important important liberty is. We know that no one in our great state is safe when our neighbors are targeted, ignoring the law and the Constitution. But prosperity is equally essential. Liberty alone is not enough if the government makes it impossible for you to feed your family, to get a good education, or to get a good job. So in this country, that shouldn't be too much to ask. But right now, all of it seems at risk. Governors have never mattered more. And in this state, I am determined to build prosperity for all of our citizens. And I've heard from thousands of you about what liberty and prosperity mean to you, what it's going to take for your family to thrive. So I hear you, Newark. I'm going to work with communities from the ground up so all of our neighbors thrive. I hear you, Shem, so I'm going to declare a state of emergency on day one to drive down your utility costs. I hear you, Westfield, so I'm going to make sure our kids are safe online and schools have the resources they need to address the mental health crisis. I hear you, Jersey City, so I'm going to hold government accountable, balancing individual liberty with collective responsibility, ensuring people are safe, healthy, educated, and free to pursue their dreams. I hear you, New Jersey. Good government doesn't just manage problems, it solves them. So I'm going to continue to listen and work with you to move our state forward, because I have learned so much as I've traveled our state. Our innovations, our businesses, our inventors and entrepreneurs have amazed me, but it's the people that have left the biggest mark, especially those who are fighting for prosperity for their entire communities. I was moved during my block walk in Trenton with Shanique as she spoke so passionately about the promise of her city and her neighbors despite the challenges. I love the group of young men from Monroe who've been hard at work on this campaign. They want a seat at the table and they're ready to fight for their future. The little girls who come up to me to say that they're going to be a governor or they're going to be a president. It reminds me of my own belief that anything was possible. Akeem's team, who worked their butts off, knocked over 60,000 doors. Akeem told me these are not the kids who will succeed in Trump's vision of this country, but they will in mine. The men and women in labor. Union jobs at a time when our economy is set up to make it harder and harder for working people. You know what? They don't just fight for their brothers and sisters in labor. They fight for all of us. For working families everywhere, so everyone has a shot. So thank you. Thank you to each and every person here tonight and across the state who's worked hard over the last year. Thanks to the thousands of volunteers who made millions of calls, texts, and canvases, to everyone who's ready to stand and demand a better future for our kids and our families. To my running mate, Dr. Dale Caldwell. You've already served our state so well, and I'm proud to have you by my side as we embark upon this new chapter for New Jersey. To my team, who put together a campaign the likes of this state has never seen, and helped in our efforts to create a great future for New Jersey. And thanks to my family. Who put up with missed soccer games, lacrosse games, football games, volleyball games, swim meets, and rugby games, all to put up with this, so thank you.
next to my husband, Jason. Through 4 kids, 2 dogs, a hamster, numerous goldfish, 5 campaigns, an insurrection, and 2 impeachments, you have been a truly amazing partner. So thank you to everyone who's joined me in fighting for a better future. I know these are tough times. I know not everyone voted for me, but I'm working for everyone. Every single one of you. When we all do better, we all do better. So tomorrow begins a new day. And at each new day in New Jersey, the sun rises over the Statue of Liberty, a daily reminder of her promise. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. She declares that her lamp lights the path to the golden door. That golden door is New Jersey. It always has been. And that expectation is well deserved, especially after this election, where we chose, we're going to follow Lady Liberty's beacon. We're not going to give in to our darker impulses. Here in New Jersey, we know that this nation has not ever been, nor will it ever be, ruled by kings. We take oaths to a constitution, not a king. We've chosen liberty, the very foundation of democracy, and we've chosen prosperity necessary to create opportunity for all. So New Jersey, to quote the boss, the future is now. Roll up your sleeves, let your passion flow. The country we carry in our hearts is waiting. Thank you, New Jersey.
All right, once again, Mikey Sherrill, the projected winner of the New Jersey governor's race, alongside her running mate, who is going to be lieutenant governor. We will take a quick break here on Live Impact News. Back in 2 minutes with much more on election night, and also counting down to the bottom of the hour, where we're hearing there could be yet another update on the deadly Louisville plane crash. So stay with us, and we'll be back in 2. Folks, welcome back here to Live Impact News. I'm Vanessa Rufus. Of course, election night in the forefront as we continue to get results and more numbers in. We do have to talk about the government shutdown, however, and of course that is the backdrop for election night tonight. Essentially, the shutdown poised to become here now the longest at this point, really, the longest in U.S. history. There was a failed Senate vote today. It was the 14th time the Senate did not pass the House passed resolution to end that stalemate. And so now we are going on to the 35th day of this funding lapse. This was a topic of discussion during the White House press briefing today. I want to take you back to that. We kind of jumped out of it midway to bring you some election results. So with that, here's Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
Part of the general approach of the Trump administration has taken to intimidate voters with baseless allegations of voter fraud as a means of trying to repress the voice of Americans across this country. I want to give you a chance to respond to that.
Yeah, I saw those comments from Mamdani. I think they are completely irresponsible, and they are based on zero evidence. And I think this is just another example of how the Democrat Party unfortunately stands for nothing. All they stand against is President Donald Trump. And I think it's quite sad to see that we have someone at the top of the ticket on an election day today saying such things about the president when he obviously had absolutely nothing to do with those threats.
And on the shutdown, Democrats have been pretty quiet about the president's push for the nuclear option, terminating the filibuster. Is there any concern around here that Democrats might actually want Republicans to get rid of the filibuster so that one day when they're in power again, the door's already open for them to pack the Supreme Court, give statehood to D.C. and Puerto Rico, make mail-in balloting permanent, those kinds of things?
I think the president has been very realistic and strong in his position on the filibuster. He's been very vocal about it. I just spoke to him about it. He feels really strongly about this. Republicans need to play tough and they need to play smart. That's how the president feels. And we know that Democrats, if they are ever given a chance at power again in this city, they will absolutely take away the filibuster from the United States Senate. In fact, you had 49 Democrats who already voted to do this before. The only reason it did not move forward was because you had 2 Democrats who are no longer in office because they were run out of town by the far left radical base of their party. And so President Trump is quite clear on this. He wants to see Republicans move as many good pieces of legislation for our country forward in the next 3 years of his administration as they possibly can. And the filibuster is one means to doing that.
Talked to Johnson and Thune about it. I know that they had both voiced some opposition. Have there been any conversations with them?
He has. He's made his position to them very clear, both publicly and privately. Ouija.
Okay, and folks, we're going to pivot away from this once again to bring you a breaking update. Officials just taking the podium in Louisville, Kentucky, giving an update on that deadly plane crash from just a few hours ago.
My prayers to our entire UPS family across Louisville and across the country. UPS is such an important part of our Louisville family, and we know it's a tough evening as it will be in the days ahead. And prayers to all of Louisville. Another tragedy that we're dealing with together, but we will come together stronger. We will support those who have lost loved ones and friends, and we will move forward as we have in the past. As of right now, we know there are 4 confirmed fatalities, and we believe there are additional fatalities as well, and we're working to notify next of kin before we provide other confirmations on that, as well as additional injuries. Many or all of whom have been taken to U of L Health, and they've provided some information on the people that they have treated this evening. But we still have first responders who are actively searching the scene right now, so we will continue to provide more information on victims as it becomes available. There are more than 100 firefighters on the scene from across the region that are still here, that are working to make it safe for everyone in our community, as well as that are searching for additional victims. There are still some hot spots where the crash took place and road closures as well. As has already been announced, JCPS will be closed tomorrow, and this is all schools across the entire district for tomorrow. They'll be making a decision about the following day, tomorrow, once they have more information. And one thing we want to say to all folks across the entire city, if there are people who you have not heard from this evening, if you believe family or friends or loved ones may be a victim, please do not go to area hospitals. We have a family assistance center that has been set up at the Louisville Metro Police Training Academy. That address is 2911 Taylor Boulevard. So if you still are waiting to hear from a loved one this evening, again, please go to 2911 Taylor Boulevard. I've also spoken with a board member from the NTSB who will be arriving tomorrow before 10 a.m. There'll be 28 folks from NTSB coming. They're sending a large crew to do the investigation and deal with this disaster. Also, they've told me that under the Family Disaster Assistance Act will be triggered, which provides coordinated support between NTSB and the airline, which is UPS, for victims and their families. So the families should know that there will be support for them. UPS asked me to convey the same message this evening. They are going to be doing everything they can to support those that have been impacted by this horrible tragedy right now, and their thoughts, their prayers, their love is going out to all of the families of victims this evening. As the governor said earlier, there was no hazardous cargo on board. Emergency management is continuing to monitor the air quality, and this is another great opportunity to remind the entire community to please sign up for Lens Alert. That is a great way to get real-time information from our emergency management teams when unfortunate situations like this occur that may impact your safety. The current instructions are for everyone within a 1-mile radius of the site to shelter in place. We'll continue to update that as we have more information on air quality. And again, the National Transportation Safety Board will be in charge of the investigation and will be the primary source of information about the investigation, why this may have happened and what happened. We expect that once they are on the ground tomorrow morning, we'll have another briefing with NTSB as well. And as Dan said, the airport is closed for this evening. It will be open tomorrow morning. I want to give a giant thanks before we bring up Chief Brian O'Neill from Louisville Fire Department. I also want to send a giant thanks once again to all of the first responders, to all of the firefighters and other first responders from around the Louisville area and around the entire region and state. Thank Mayor Gorton for sending in some equipment and individuals from Lexington to support as well. This is just, in times like this, it's just one of those opportunities to once again thank our first responders who are performing heroic work every day. But when you see it in such a tragic, large form, it's important to give public thanks as well. I also want to notify residents that might live nearby. If there's any debris in your yard, we hope to have we're going to have a form on our website at louisvilleky.gov. We hope to have that live in the coming minutes or an hour this evening. We ask that nobody touch any debris if there is debris from this crash on your property, but you register that online just as we do after other large incidents so that we can track that and come out. This is an incredibly difficult day for so many people, for our entire city. And once again, we'll be praying and sending our love and doing everything we can to support the families, the friends, everyone who has been impacted this. We'll be lighting the Big Four Bridge yellow in honor of the victims of the crash. And we ask that everyone continue to keep them in your mind and your prayers this evening. Let me now introduce Chief Brian O'Neill from the Louisville Fire.
All right, folks, once again, this is Louisville Mayor Craig Greenberg giving an update on that deadly UPS plane crash from just a few hours ago. Unfortunately, we've mentioned the death toll has risen. It is up to 11 people injured, and we will continue to keep you updated as we learn more throughout the evening. We do have another feed, however, that's underway closer to home for us in the Carolinas. We've got the group Yes for Mac speaking right now in Charlotte, North Carolina, as we see the 1 cent sales tax is projected to pass. This is the group that was advocating for this. At this point, with about 96% of the precincts reporting, 52% have voted for, 47 voted against this measure. Let's listen in.
Thank you, Liz. So thanks to our many volunteers, community and civic leaders, and members of the press for covering this campaign. Your tireless work, your creativity, your resilience, it made this possible. From strategy to outreach, from knocking on doors to building coalitions, you gave this effort heart and momentum. You believed in this mission, and tonight, your work has made history. Tonight we celebrate, but we know there's more work to do. The Charlotte Regional Business Alliance is committed to partnering with every corner of our community as these projects take shape. For example, we will work hard to prepare small and disadvantaged businesses willing to put in the work to benefit from the many projects ahead. And we'll partner with the community to make sure we have programs in place to have a workforce ready for the new jobs that are on the horizon. So tonight, we don't just celebrate a win, we celebrate a promise to move forward together. Thank you for your trust, thank you for your vision, and thank you for believing that Charlotte's best days are ahead. Thank you.
All right, a rather brief address there from Mac, but once again, we've got essentially here this 1 cent sales tax increase that is poised to go into effect. We've talked about how this is going to be split over different projects, but essentially roads, transit, transportation related projects for the Mecklenburg County area. And as our Julie Kay, who's been following this matter very closely for the last several weeks, has explained, this will be something that there's still a lot of wheels in motion here, in the sense that the city still has to put up this board, appoint folks. There will be different entities involved with making those appointments, but this is essentially something that is going to be moving forward, we see, in the county of Mecklenburg. So with that, let's go ahead and turn back to Louisville. That update is still underway on the deadly plane crash. It looks like the mayor is still at the podium taking some questions, so we'll listen in again.
As we possibly could.
Is there a certain number of missing that you have?
We don't have that information at that time. Again, if there are people that are missing, please go to 2911 Taylor Boulevard. Our understanding, though, is from the businesses whose property was impacted, that they have accounted for the individuals that they're aware of in terms of their employees or people that were on their property, either accounted for them alive or as some of those 4 victims. We're not aware of any that are missing right now. That does not mean there aren't any, but right now we're not aware of any other additional individuals who are missing.
Is there any update on the nearby tank farms? Maybe a question for Chief O'Neill. We know that houses some recycled oil, and we don't know if that is still a concern currently or not.
It is contained and controlled. Yes, so there are some storage tanks there that have propane and oil. Some of those have ruptured. You might have heard there were some secondary explosions that were happening in that area. Some of that were small tanks. Some of those were actually the relief valves. So it can sound very scary, but that's a good thing. That means the relief valve worked, and it didn't actually explode. It just is releasing that pressure. So yeah, all of that right now is contained. Now that's still going to be a mess in that area because of the fuel leaks and the oil, but that's we've got it all contained, but we'll be there for a while handling that scene.
Chief O'Neill, you described this as a CAD of the mass casualty event. How much worse, based on preliminary evidence, do you expect this? How much worse can this be?
That's something we don't know. As the mayor spoke, we've got this area that you've got a couple of businesses. We can't be 100% sure how many people were there. There are some other homes in the area, so we went to all the places that we could check once we were on scene. But then you have such a large-scale area that was impacted by that initial crash, and you've got a fire that's covering almost an entire city block. So we're going to very, very carefully make sure we go back and check. Obviously, we hope that there were no other victims, but we're prepared to find those, and we hope that we don't find any.
Mayor, you mentioned the JCPS closing. Have you heard from private schools and colleges in the area?
My understanding, I've not heard from all of them, but my understanding is that everyone else is open at this point in time. I don't have information other than JCPS being closed right now.
Do you have any information on how this might affect UPS headquarters across the world? I mean, obviously, this is the world port for UPS, so any information on that?
I defer to UPS on that. I've spoken to several senior UPS officials, executives this evening. Our conversations were all about their support for the victims and their family, their commitment to work on the investigation to get to the bottom of this, and so I don't have that answer yet. I would direct that to UPS.
Mayor, this is going to impact a lot of people. What can the people of Louisville do to help those impacted by this disaster?
This certainly will impact a lot. Obviously, the victims that we have, their families, UPS, and having a tragedy like this in your backyard impacts all of us greatly. I know the feeling that I first got when I saw the plume of smoke, then when I heard what had happened and how my heart dropped. I know that everyone in Louisville had that same exact feeling. Tonight, as we simply ask for prayers and support for those who have been directly impacted by it and their families. There may be other things that they can be helpful on in the coming days, and we'll make folks aware of that. But we've just seen over the past week the outpouring of support in our community when we ask to help others who are having challenging times. You've seen that over the past week as people came together to donate to area food banks, to donate food to individuals that are going hungry, that are losing their SNAP benefits. I'm confident that once again in this tragedy, Louisville will come together, Louisville will show up and be there to support our fellow residents who are struggling at this time.
Is there any message you have for people across Metro Louisville or Kentuckiana in terms of helping, anything they can do to help or support?
Well, one other thing I'd like to add is if you need help, again, we've talked several ways about if there's debris in your yard to fill out a form, if there's somebody still missing, go to 2911 Taylor Boulevard. Let me also reiterate this phone number for family assistance, 1-800-631-0604, so that any families that are impacted can get the full support that they need and that they deserve. The final thing I'll say is, just as I was mentioning to Paul's question a minute ago, is this impacts everyone differently. And if you feel like you need to talk to somebody, please ask for help. These are challenging times enough that we're already living in. When there are tragedies like this, these are very difficult to process, to absorb, and then move forward. And so if you feel like you need to talk to somebody, please reach out. There are lots of resources available, whether it's talking to a friend, a family member, another loved one, or whether you need to speak with a professional. Please do, because in times like this, it can be tough. One or two more, and then...
I'm sorry. Do you know if UPS will be speaking to us, giving any statement?
I don't have that information right now.
With the NTSB in town tomorrow, do we have any idea what, even just for neighbors who live around that area, what to expect over the coming days or even weeks potentially?
I'll let Dan answer that.
Yeah, NTSB is bringing in a full crew, 28 folks to start with. They'll hit the ground running first thing tomorrow morning, and they'll be working with all the mutual aid, all the first responders, collecting all the evidence. I expect they'll be here for several days putting all this together, and there'll be multiple briefings. NTSB does a great job with those. So first one tomorrow morning, shortly after they arrive, and then I would expect several over the next few days. But this is going to be a long event. I think we'll be here for multiple days putting all the pieces together.
All right, guys. Well, thank you all very much. We're going to get back at it. We'll be here late into the early morning, and we will provide you information on briefing times tomorrow morning. When we have more information, when NTSB is on the ground, we'll provide that to you and continue to put out information to the public as soon as we have it. Thank you all very much. And again, please hold all of the victims and their families in your prayers this evening. Thank you all.
All right, folks, as we get more information on that deadly plane crash in Louisville, we'll certainly keep you updated. But sad news is we're learning the death toll is rising even higher. At least 7 now killed, 11 injured, and still a lot of questions up in the air, still a lot of moving parts, it sounds like. So stick with us here on Live Impact News as we dig in for the very latest. We'll be back in 2 minutes with more updates on that and election night. We're still awaiting some feeds to bring candidates to us. We're kind of watching some empty stages at this point, and results continue to come in. We'll see you in 2 minutes with more. All right, folks, welcome back to Live Impact News. I'm Vanessa Rufus. We are keeping you up to date on election night. We've been seeing some interesting developments on the Charlotte front. We talked a bit about the Yes for MEC folks who just spoke a few moments ago. We talked about District 6. Really a lot to get to. Our Julie Kay's been covering it all for us tonight. How are things looking? I know the numbers are numbering right now, and we're getting pretty close to all of the precincts reporting.
Yeah, I never want to look at another number again after tonight. I just keep refreshing the page. But yeah, almost 96% of precincts reporting, so we're just waiting for those last couple districts to come in. But things are pretty clear in terms of a picture of what you can expect to be final. I want to start with the sales tax because we've been hammering that really hard for not just tonight, for years. At this point, this has been going back to last summer at the earliest when I got here. Right now, 52% for the sales tax. That would increase the sales tax percentage 1 percentage point to 8.25%. Looks like that is going to go through. Now, earlier we heard from Yes for MEC. That was the campaign trying to get people to vote for it. They claimed victory. Not only that, but Action NC, a nonprofit that was really leading the movement against the sales tax, has conceded. So I think the big story now is not just, yes, this looks like it's passing, what happens now, but what are city leaders going to say about how close this race was? Malcolm Graham is having, City Councilman Malcolm Graham is having a press conference tomorrow around 11 a.m. to talk about all sorts of stuff like this. Of course, the new CMPD chief that was named, the results of the election, but I think the transit tax is going to be the big talker, and just how close. I mean, 52% to 47%. That's 80,000 people who voted against this in Mecklenburg County, probably more once those last couple precincts come in, who are going to be really upset that taxes are getting raised, maybe even upset with the plan itself. So definitely something that we are not anywhere near done following. You mentioned earlier creating that transportation board that will decide kind of which of those projects are going to get prioritized over the next 3 decades. That process is going on right now. Applications have already been open, and they are doing interviews next week. So this is coming up fast too. It doesn't stop here. Things just go after this. District 6, we should always touch on again. That is pretty much, it is confirmed because all of the District 6 precincts are in. Kimberly Owens is a Democrat who's going to take that seat. Krista Bakari trailing behind her a bit, but that is historic for multiple reasons, not just because that, doesn't keep up the Bakari line that we had, as Tarek Bakari was the last person to get elected into that seat, but this is the first Democrat that will hold it. So that leaves Ed Driggs as the only Republican on it, as Edwin Peacock has been pushed out because he ran in an at-large seat, and it looks like if this all stays the way it is, and I don't think he has 40,000 votes to make up in the last couple of precincts, it's going to be the 4 incumbent at-large candidates who will get that seat. He came in 5th place.
Yeah.
Lots happening.
Indeed. And I know that you're getting ready for 11 o'clock reporting, so we appreciate you giving us all the updates here. I guess we'll wait to see the rest of the precincts come in, but kind of to your point, we're getting down to it. And some of the hurdles, I guess you'll say, for folks who aren't in the lead or, in the places they need to be to win are kind of high at this point.
Yes.
So.
Some of these I think they've reached the impossible range where we can look at the at-large candidates and say, well, that's done. Kimberly Owens, of course, we know that is done as well. Sales tax, I believe, is at that point as well. But we'll want to wait for that final confirmation as those last 7 or 8 precincts come in out of 195. So only a little bit left, but it's going to be interesting to see what, people have to say about this in the coming days.
Indeed. All right. Julie, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And of course, we'll see you for the news at 11, which is coming up in about 20 minutes. And we'll be, in the meantime, following folks a couple of feeds. I'm actually seeing some movement, Jeb, on the Cuomo stage, and it indeed is Andrew Cuomo. So let's go ahead and get to that right now. We're going to presume, give a concession speech at this point, as Zohran Mamdani, the Democrat in the New York City's mayor's race, is projected to be the winner. Let's listen in.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. my time. You're taking my time. First, let me. I love you too. I love you too. Let me acknowledge part of my special campaign team. We have from the right, Telef Lundaval, the new son-in-law, husband of Mariah. We have Mariah Cara Michaela, campaign manager Greg Goldner. I want to thank Mayor Adams, who stepped out of the race to make us more competitive. That was a very gracious thing to do. I want to thank Mayor Bloomberg, who gave us his support, Governor David Patterson, all the unions, and I am blessed. I am blessed to have the people in this room. You have been a phenomenal team. Great friends. You are superstars. Even more, you are New York patriots. And I am proud of you. This campaign was the right fight to wage. And I am proud of what we did and what we did together. This campaign was to contest the philosophies that are shaping the Democratic Party, the future of this city, and the future of this country. And this coalition transcended normal partisan politics. It brought together Democrats and Republicans and independents, joined by the simple fact that their first allegiance is as citizens of New York City. $2 million voters, the largest number in modern political history, cared enough to show up in a municipal election. And 42% voted for us on an independent line. That is the highest percentage in modern history. Ironically, it is just higher than when Mario Cuomo got 40% on an independent line against Ed Koch in 1977. It's also important to note that almost half of New Yorkers did not vote to support a government agenda that makes promises that we know cannot be met. We support an economy of jobs, of opportunity, of entrepreneurship. That's what New York is, and that's what New York must remain. We are a nation of laws, and we believe in law and order, and we need the police to keep society safe. We will not make the NYPD the enemy. We cherish our diversity, and we have no tolerance for discrimination of any kind by race, religion, sexual orientation, or creed. And we will not tolerate any behavior that fans the flames of anti-Semitism or diverse attacks. Our strength is our unity. Black, white, brown, Christian, Muslim, Jewish, Buddhist. We are one. We are the family of New York. We believe in interconnection and mutuality and codependence. And you attack one of us, you attack all of us. That is what it means to be a New Yorker. No one and nothing will ever divide us. And this campaign was necessary to make that point. a caution flag that we are heading down a dangerous, dangerous road. Well, we made that point, and they heard us, and we will hold them to it. Also, my friends, feel proud because we accomplished the two important New York characteristics. We got up off the mat after the primary, and we made it a real race when the media had already commenced the coronation. And feel proud because we fought our hearts out and we left it all on the field. Congratulations to Zoran Mandami. No. That is not right. That is not right, and that is not us. That is not us. Tonight was their night, and as they start to transition to government, we will all help any way we can because we need our New York City government to work. We want it to work for all New Yorkers because our city is the greatest city in the world, and we will unite for New York City because we love New York City. And from the bottom of my heart, I thank each and every one of you. I love you for the fight you made, for the soul that you showed, and the example that you set. New York City heard us, and we will be the better for it. Thank you, and God bless you.
And there we have former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo conceding there. And actually, you just heard a few moments ago, urging the crowd to be gracious as the projected winner in this race, Zoran Mamdani, is expected to become the next New York City mayor. We are going to get ready for our 11 p.m. newscast is just moments away, but we continue to follow the latest on election night, including some local races here in the Carolinas. So we're going to leave you with that for just a few moments. You'll be able to peruse some of the results, and we will see you in just about 10 minutes. So stay with us here on WCNC Plus.